Hello there, hello there, hello there everybody. How the devil are we all? I am very well, thank you for asking. I don't know why I've bothered coming on before 1:30, because it never starts on fucking time, does it? I'm talking, of course, about Normal Island, which I will be appearing on for the second time this week. Honestly, it's becoming regular. We must stop meeting like this, Curtis. It's too sexy. Anyway, how are we all? I hope you're well. I am still banned on Twitch, Dolphin, yes. Until, well, I think Saturday night, but it'll probably be too late for me to do anything Saturday with it. So it'll probably be Sunday. Which is why I didn't do Question Time yesterday with No Justice of the MTGs. That is indeed Andy Burnham. Or Andy Burnlardum, if you will. Yeah. Which is a joke you'll sort of get, I think, if you stick around. Anyway, yes. How are we getting on, chat? Are we well? Don't forget you can like the stream. You can yeah, by thumbing the stream up and all that jazz. You can what can you do, Kev? Fucking speak words with your face, you stupid cunt. You're broadcasting to the world. Potentially 8 billion people are watching this. I mean, they're obviously fucking not. You're having a laugh, lad. But in theory that could happen. So fucking speak. Use your big boy words. The adults taught you to read and speak for a fucking reason. Now do it, you cunt. Sorry. The Kev demon. The Kev demon made his announcement. Probably shouldn't have done that before the show. Do this the thing that stresses the throat muscles. That's probably not a great idea before I have to speak to people. Fucking hell. Anyway, if you're a fan of the show, and why wouldn't you be? It's fucking epic. Well, you get to see it. Well, you didn't even get to see it because the camera isn't on. It'll be on for the thing. You know the fucking drill. You get to hear a man have a fucking nervous breakdown over not being able to say words. Anyway, if you like the stream, you can subscribe to this here YouTube channel for free. You can thumb the video up. You can hit the bell icon and all of that jazz. You can become a member for 99 of your British pence sterling. If you wanted to. Hey, Welsh in chat, love to see it. Epic work. As a person who went to Eisteddfod 20 plus years ago, I feel like I'm an honorary Welsh now. I think so. I think that's how it works. I think if Wales goes independent, that entitles me to a passport. I think. Kev, you'll look like this in 20 years. You know what? It's a strong look. Look, let's ignore the politics and the actions of Osama bin Laden. He had a strong look, okay? Because you already know. You can't see his face, and yet you already know who he is, right? Brand recognition. It's important in this game. he had it in fucking spades, the lad. Rarely does one have to hand it to Osama bin Laden. But when it came to brand recognition, that motherfucker had it down. Very distinctive look about him. So you know what? If I end up looking like that, minus the terrorism, yeah, it's all good. Well, Wales. I mean, firstly, I'd never even got that was what that name meant. Wales, because it's anyway. Because I'm a fucking idiot. Anyway, yes, I actually am a fan of Welsh Rugby Union. I always hated the English Rugby Union team growing up, and I was taken by a friend along with my father to watch the Llanelli Scarlets. Pre the breakup of all the old teams and stuff. So this was the Scarlets back in the old fucking park as well. And I went, yeah, fuck it. This is like working class people. Yeah, so I am literally a Welsh Rugby Union fan. I cheer for Wales. I also drunkenly nearly got my fucking head kicked in one night after a Blues game. This would have been about 15 years ago. I went into Birmingham City Centre, as one does, and England were playing France in the Rugby Union. And me and my mate walked into this pub, and he went, "Don't fucking start, Kev," because he knew what was coming. Drunk as fuck, I start belting out La Marseillaise in this sea of white jerseys. Now, importantly, I do not know now, and did not know then, the words to La Marseillaise, the French national anthem. It didn't matter. I knew the tune, and I knew to make it sound French as fuck, and I knew that these English ignorant cunts wouldn't have a fucking clue what we was. So, like, it didn't matter that I didn't know the words, because neither did they. And, yeah, my friend, after our first drink, he calmly pulled me out of that bar before I got fucking murdered. Because you've got to bear in mind, the chunky Kev that you now, well, you don't see technically before you, but the chunky Kev that exists in this reality now was not a chunky boy then. He was a skinny streak of piss back then. Those rugby lads would have fucking killed me. So my friend did me a solid that night, and just, yeah, let's go somewhere else. Yeah, let's go to a different bar. Yeah, preferably where there's no, potentially partisan sporting affairs taking place. Anyway, and France won as well, which was nice. Always a positive. Anyway, enough nonsense. We're here for what you call it? Normal Island. We're doing Normal Island, which means I've got to do news. We've got 3 stories on the agenda. We've got the Labour Party's attacks on the person you see on your screen there, Andy Burnham, and the kind of nonsense around that. The digital ID cards thing, which I have some things to say about. Quite so. And then Tony Blair. Basically, this is a very Blair-heavy show, unfortunately, because that cunt just is both literally a person who refuses to die and politically is a person who refuses to die. And that's a shame. He's a cancerous scourge upon the British body politic and has been for 30 years now. Oh yeah, honorary Welsh, thank you. I actually went to see the Scarlets play in the first Anglo-Welsh trophy final at Twickenham as well. Twickenham's a mad fucking stadium, by the way. It's fucking massive. Some of the steepest fucking banks of seats I've ever fucking seen. Scary. Unfortunately, we lost, but it was a fucking belter of a weekend. We got absolutely fucking wankered. That's actually the weekend. I think I've told you the story in the past about my dad being a 9-chip twat. We were staying at a place in London, and for the evening we went out. We wanted to go and find the London Welsh Rugby Union club, which we did in the end, and it was lovely, fucking absolute belter of a night. But on the way there, and it's in Richmond, which is quite a posh area of London. Anyway, and we were fucking starving. Your arse is absolutely hanging out, And we went into this pub, and we knew it was going to be fucking expensive and fancy, but we were just fucking desperate. Well, not desperate, but we were really fucking hungry, and we knew if you don't eat before, like a few hours before you go like proper heavy on the tank, you're just gonna wake up the next day and feel fucking terrible. You need something there to soak it up, you know. So anyway, we went into this fucking boozer, posh as fuck. You could tell we did not fit in this environment. There was 3 people who worked in, or used to work in car factories, and then me, little skinny me, right? And my dad ordered, I think it was some like fish and chips or some shit, right? And it came out, and there was like the piece of, no, it was steak and chips, that was it, right? So the steak came out on a plate with like some garnish and shit around it, fancy rubbish. Cost a fucking fortune. And he didn't see the chips, right? So he called the waitress and said, "Excuse me, sorry, like I ordered steak and chips," and she went, "They're under the steak." And he went, "You what?" Like he was thinking they were going to come out with like a separate bowl of chips or a plate of chips or something. No, under the steak there was a lattice of 3 chips and then 3 chips and 3 chips in a little tiny tower of like realistically it was basically 2 big chips cut up into slices. It was he went fucking mental. I've never seen him so. He didn't say anything to the girl, like, because she's just probably on fucking minimum wage or whatever, right? But like he was fuming all fucking night. He kept going, "Fucking 9 chips, the cunts! They give me fucking 9 chips. Fucking 12 quid for 9 chips, the cunts!" Like all fucking night, man. Oh, it was the funniest shit. Oh. Curtis is cutting it fucking fine. I told you, there's no point. No point in me fucking starting. No point in me starting before past, because he still hasn't sent me the fucking link. 3 minutes before we're due to start. Having a laugh. I got more fingers than I got chips. He didn't say that one. But that would have been a belter. Yeah, if I can't fucking have 1 chip per finger, you are taking the fucking piss. Love it. Anyway, right, enough rugby drinking nonsense stories from 20 fucking years ago. Allow this time, I suppose. I don't know. Where are we? No, that is incorrect. We don't need that nonsense. Right. Hang on a minute. Sorry, everyone. I'm trying to sort my fucking background lighting situation up, and it's not really helping me there. It's not doing its job at all. Well, there we go. That'll do. That's the one. That's the bugger. Right then. Sorry, everyone. I'm saying words and you can't see what the fuck I'm doing, so it doesn't really make much difference. Pardon me. Yeah, okay, that's fine. My name is Kevin Logan. Let's fucking join the broadcast. Oh, my hair is a disgrace.
Speaking of smear campaigns.
Yeah.
What the fuck does that mean, Cog? See, I'm glad you got kicked off the fucking GB News. Deserved it.
Yeah, to be fair, I would have kicked him off as well.
Yeah. I mean, fair enough. Yeah.
You were just being really rude and annoying. Yes. Like you wouldn't
let
Nana speak.
That's because you're both anti-white racists. That's what this is.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Oh.
Yeah. You like come on. I send you the link, and what? You maybe wait like 3 minutes.
My noise is. Hang on, I can't fucking hear you. All right, 1 second.
It's probably for the best.
Yeah. You can't hear me.
No, I pulled my
That was fucking clever, wasn't it?
I had my fucking thing wrapped around a pole, and I pulled like that, and it pulled it out the fucking socket.
God!
You pulled your pole.
I pulled my pole, and I came all over something, and then
You wrapped your thing around a pole, and then it came out. Jesus.
Well, all I'll say is last time I was on with Curtis, he asked me the question, why don't you like putting meat in your nan? So,
Oh, when did I do that? That was
Yeah.
Last time was on your show, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's
exactly.
funny though.
That
And I
was
definitely
funny.
meant every word of it.
Yeah. I still keep meaning to put it up as a sound alert, and I still haven't. Cause
Yeah, do it. Do it. It needs to go up as a sound.
That's
alert.
so good.
Educate the masses.
That's right.
Oh, cool. All right, is everybody ready?
Yeah.
So we can get straight on because it is past right now. Anything I need to know? Videos all on the same tab, Curtis?
Yeah, there's one graphic which is up in the fundraiser bit about your show, but it's labelled that, so it's all in the scripts.
Okay, cool.
That made no sense to you, did it?
No, it didn't make any sense. Hang on, let me have a look.
You'll find out soon enough.
Honestly, get Nana Akua in. It's the only answer. She's the only one who can do it.
No. Listen here, right? She actually commented under because we shared the clip on Twitter, and someone tagged her, and she commented, and she was like, "I interrupted him because he wouldn't, or I cut him off because he wouldn't let me speak," and I was like, "Okay, whatever."
What? I'm still not making any. Oh, the Your Show graphic. It's just called Your Show graphic. Is that what you mean?
Oh, fuck. Yeah, literally, yeah.
Okay, cool.
I should have had a shave before I went on. I look really hairy and weird.
Oh, you're unlike me, who's just a fucking.
Oh yeah, no,
clean
you look
shaven.
nice and clean shaven.
You're
I didn't want to say it, but
How's my audio? Is it quiet or loud or?
yeah, actually,
It's
let me
good.
get you two in so I can see and hear you at the same time. If you just both speak for a second.
Yeah, no, that's me speaking. I'm speaking with my noise and face. Yes.
Noise and face, excellent. Curtis.
I once said to Kev that put meat in your nan.
Yeah. That's good. Kev is a little bit louder than Curtis. If there's any way to bring your volume down just a little bit, Kev, that'd be grand. But it's
whisper.
not much. That'll do it. We're gonna have an ASMR show tonight.
Fuck yes.
You know what, we should do that. I'll end up falling asleep on stream. To be fair, I don't think that's a good idea.
Me too. Right.
Also, hello, Kevin's viewers.
Oh yeah, you should probably say that. Yeah, you are live.
I'm used to it now, so I'm careful with what I say. But actually, I might start not telling other people.
Oh, but Sarah
they
was like
just-
about to reveal some like private information about a school kid or some shit. Like, whoa!
Oh my god!
Chill the fuck out, man. Ooh.
She never finished that story.
Yeah, no, I'm interested. I need to know now, but off air.
Right, let's get this shared on Twitter. By the way, do you like this?
I can't
see my face.
I can't see the thing now. No, what is it?
Don't worry. Wow. Look in the bottom.
Look in the
You can't read-
bottom.
You can't read the text.
Kev can't
anyways,
see that.
so- Well, you might have seen it when.
What
There's
is
just
it?
some
Just
squiggly
tell-
lines down the bottom for
Yeah,
Kev.
do you like the squiggly lines on my chest?
What is it? What does that represent?
There's Das Capital.
Oh, okay.
Based, right?
Well, it is based, but it also, I don't know if you saw, completely irrelevant, but I did see it. Gary Economics today did some short videos put out there, which is, usual stuff. And he was like, I'm not a left-wing extremist, right? And I thought, that's true. But he also then had a shirt on that said Ravachol, which is a really oblique reference, but was a French anarchist terrorist.
Oh. Maybe he's
Like, so, I mean, it does rather undercut the message you're trying to sell on this one.
Incredible.
maybe he is a left-wing extremist. He's pretending he's not.
Okay, but I mean, again, like, if someone was like, I'm not an Islamist, and they had Osama bin Laden, like, on their
Well,
shirt.
they said they wasn't. So
Well, exactly, yeah, no, exactly. Don't look at the T-shirt. I've said the words. This is just an ironic
yeah,
ISIS flag on my wall.
I'm a capitalist. I've got a
fine.
Marxist jumper on, but I'm a capitalist. Right, is that how it works?
I think so, yeah.
Right. Okay. Cool, coolio. Oh, let's look at some comments actually.
So anyway, what about the Arsenal last night?
Didn't watch it.
But they weren't really actually playing. It was a bit from that TV show written by the transphobe. You were supposed to reply with, the problem with Arsenal is they try and pass the ball into the net.
The problem with Arsenal is they try and pass the ball into the net.
Genuinely.
I didn't say it like a fucking pirate. What was that about?
That's my fucking accent.
Exactly.
How fucking dare you?
Genuinely, my late nan
Just because silence outpolled you.
in the last World Cup, before she died, my late nan just like she watched the whole game in complete silence, and then she turned to me at the end and she was like, I think the problem with England is they don't score enough goals, and it was like, yeah, thanks, Nan. I'll pass that on to them.
To be fair, it's unassailable logic.
Not wrong though, is it?
Yeah, she's not wrong.
So,
Like...
to be fair, you're laughing, but like she's technically correct.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But it is a little bit like going up to like someone who's just their family member's just died and gone. The problem is they're not breathing enough.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
I mean, technically it's true, but like. Not the time or the place.
I think it might have been Soccer AM where they've done things where like they've zoomed in on like managers' notes.
Yes.
And one was like one of the manager's notes was literally just shoot and score. I was like, that's really good advice.
Whenever they zoom in on Trump's notes, they get like more and more stupid. I'm expecting next time it's going to be like breathe in, breathe out, breathe in.
Did you see the elevator controversy with Trump?
Yes, at the UN.
Incredible. Yeah. I sent it in the group chat, Ben. You absolutely need to watch it. It is fucking incredible.
I do need to check that out.
Do you mean the group chat that I'm not even in, even though I've been on this show twice in 1 week now?
Yeah. True.
We've got a specific group chat about you.
Well, that's fair enough. Yeah.
But they're actually getting security services to investigate the escalator.
You're kidding.
Basically, Ben, at the UN, Trump was about to get up the escalator and it switched off. I think someone accidentally hit like the help button, right? And Trump's like, they're trying to sabotage me. It's all a hoax. They're trying to get me. And,
that's actually quite good. That's decent.
Thank you very much. And he in truth socialed it.
Yeah.
And now Fox News is like, by the way, this is definitely dangerous, and they're gonna get the security services.
But like
to check
the thing is, they still work as stairs. So just walk up them, you lazy fat prick. Like what the fuck? Look, it wasn't that much of a problem. It's not like getting stuck in an elevator where you're just stuck.
But then they were like, sometimes when escalators stop, they trip over forward. Oh, watch the video. They were just stood there waiting, and then it just didn't.
Yeah.
And that was it.
You guys are really ruining the music for me.
Sorry. Let's get into the mood.
Let's pop. Okay. Best of luck.
They're trying to sabotage us.
Don't make me laugh. That happened the other day with Sarah as well, because she was like doing that hand thing. I was pissing myself where she was introducing me. I'm trying to be newsboy.
Right. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Sorry.
They're eating the swans.
They're eating the swans. Welcome back to Normal Island. I'm, of course, Curtis Daly, and some of you already know, but I'm joined by the one and only Kevin Logan. Kevin, how are we?
I'm glad there's only one of me. The world couldn't take two.
Well, statistically speaking, there probably is going to be more than one of you.
There are actually lots and lots of them. It's a very common
feel like
name.
I could go on Facebook and type in Kevin Logan after
I'm literally in a group called the Kevin Logans of the World Unite. And so every day on Facebook I get a notification saying Kevin Logan's birthday today.
Well, I mean, happy birthday for Kevin Logan, whoever.
Exactly, yeah.
Great. Well, that's a great intro.
It is. Put that up on the fucking TikToks.
That's gonna be clipped. Now let's get on with the show for you guys. Coming up tonight, the Labour right are already attacking Andy Burnham. Labour angers literally everyone with their authoritarian ID cards, and war criminal Tony Blair wants to control Gaza. Of course, if you're not a subscriber, please make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell. Like the stream, as of course helps with the algorithm. And as always, we'll be getting to your comments at the end. But let's go on to our first story. So, as you would have heard from reports, Andy Burnham has been secretly urged by some Labour MPs to return to Westminster politics in order to eventually challenge Keir Starmer's Labour leadership. Now, he needs to be an MP first, and I don't know if there's any safe seats left for Labour. But the right wing of the party, and actually, I don't know if that's an accurate term to say anymore, because that suggests there's a left-wing faction. I mean, that's pretty much long gone. So the Starmer faction have already attacked Burnham. Arch Blairite and Corbyn hater Neil Coyle said, "Not me. The annual Burnham wants to be leader headlines just before conference are more grating this year. He didn't take on the guy who oversaw Labour's worst defeat in a century and facilitated anti-Semitism, but pops up now under a huge majority and with 4 years to go. No tar." So there we go with the bogus anti-Semitism accusations, once again making the rubbish claim that Jeremy Corbyn facilitated it. He is now attacking Burnham by proxy because he didn't join in on the Zionist attacks. Now Burnham, for many political disagreements I have with him, I mean, he was loyal. He didn't engage in the backstabbing of Jeremy Corbyn. He actually wanted a Labour government, unlike many in the party. Now, according to HuffPost journalist Kevin Schofield, he tweeted this. Currently doing the rounds in Labour WhatsApp groups, and as you can see, it's a photoshopped image of Burnham and Truss merged together. Now, this is the use of client journalists, by the way. Coward snakes that are Labour MPs won't say it with their chest, right? They'd rather send messages like this to their favourite journalists to share about. It's really, really pathetic stuff. Now, Keir Starmer has also joined in on the attacks. According to Christopher Hope, gloves now off in Starmer v Burnham. Sir Keir, speaking to ITV Granada, said he would not get drawn into commenting on the mayor's personal ambitions, but added, "I do want to be really clear about our fiscal rules because economic stability is the foundation stone of this government." It was 3 years ago this week that Liz Truss showed what happens if you abandon fiscal rules. In her case, she did that for tax cuts, but the same would happen if it was spending. And yes, we saw what happened to working people 3 years ago, the infliction of harm on them. So that's Starmer effectively calling Burnham Liz Truss. I mean, Labour need to get better at their insults. They call everyone they disagree with Liz Truss. It's utterly embarrassing. Also, it's a shameful lie. I mean, he's trying to compare Truss for giving tax breaks away to her wealthy mates, comparing that with long-term investment. Now, the fiscal rules are made-up garbage. It's neoliberal and Thatcherite nonsense. Now, Andy Burnham spoke to The Telegraph about building a different kind of economy. Mr. Burnham laid out the building blocks of a tax and spend manifesto that would be more radical than anything Sir Keir Starmer's government has yet proposed. He said, "We overtax Labour, people's work, and we undertax people's assets." Mr. Burnham would like to make the owners of valuable homes in the South pay more tax. He said that leaving the council tax system as it would not be an acceptable response when you live here in the real world, where councils are now really struggling. Mr. Burnham added, "There are people in homes in London that are worth double-figure millions paying less council tax than people here. It's just not justifiable." The Manchester mayor also wants to take action to stop developers sitting on land. He said, "I'm personally a big supporter of land value taxation." Now, I really, really like this. The left is moving the debate on taxes. We've been talking about wealth taxes, targeting passive income from assets, targeting unproductiveness in our economy. People are getting rich by adding zero social value. Tax wealth, not work. So we are shifting the debates where it's now being picked up by centre-left figures such as Andy Burnham. Now, this tweet from Tom Tague, summarising Burnham's thinking on the economy, is really interesting. Burnham believes there are two core reasons we're so vulnerable to bond markets. One, we've lost control of public spending through privatisation. Two, first past the post creates fragile governments unable to reform the system. So, fix both to end Britain's structural vulnerability, not ignore it. And that's exactly what Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer is doing. They're ignoring all of it. They're ignoring privatisation. They're just going ahead with it. So this is a very good point. First past the post is unstable, despite the fact that this voting system was justified by many, that, it created stable governments. That's no longer true. And secondly, he is bang on about privatisation. It's a rip-off. The Treasury is literally spending more money paying back the debts of PFI. But crucially, private investment isn't stable. When we give everything away through private contracts, we have to trust that the private sector will adequately invest. But that doesn't often happen because the priority for companies is to keep their shareholders happy, not the public. State-led investment is predictable. It's much more stable. Now, Burnham isn't even on the radical left. He is traditionally the soft or centre-left wing of the Labour Party. Yet Starmer's team will happily attack him because ultimately the Blairites, the Morgan McSweeneys of the party, are hyper-factional. They are a right-wing clique. They are terrible people. Terrible, nasty, clueless, uninspiring, and incompetent. And they're also deeply unpopular. So look at the polling. Labour are doing abysmally, yet a hypothetical poll with Andy Burnham as leader has Labour back in pole position. More in Common found Reform on 28% to Labour on 25%. Burnham as leader, Labour on top with 30%, and Reform are still on 28%. So do you see Reform swinging to Labour? No, not at all. They stay exactly still, but left-wing parties drop. It's as if it confirms everything we've been saying, that Labour moving right hurts them, but moving left, they may win back voters who left them for the Greens and the Lib Dems. Kevin, Andy Burnham is talking about policies such as higher taxes on the rich, nationalisation, which most people support. He's also much more popular, yet the Labour machine want to shut him out. Do you think that Starmer and his team would much rather lose the next election and give it to Reform than allow the party to move to the left?
Oh, absolutely, yes. The petulant, spiteful and childish response that we've seen from Starmer et al. And their client journalists, as you rightly point out, shows how absolutely unfit they are for office, first and foremost, and how completely out of their depth they are. They are currently so far behind in the polling that some of the seat projections have them in third place. They wouldn't even be the official opposition for the first time in a century. Think about that. That is historic levels of unpopularity. Way worse than the supposedly worst result ever of 2019. But yeah, like you point out, they clearly are so unbelievably factional that they would rather see the Labour Party die than their own faction lose out in any way whatsoever. And I was thinking about this today, and it goes beyond just Starmerism needing to die, and this will be sort of repeated throughout this show because of the other two stories. Blairism needs to die. And that's fundamentally the problem here, is that what we have is reheated Blairism. We have a 20th century policy prescription for a now mid-21st century situation. And they don't really seem to care about that. When you just outsource your policy making to a dinosaur war criminal, this is the nonsense you end up with, you know? Starmerism, like I say, really needs to die, first and foremost. Whether Andy Burnham is necessarily the solution to this, I have my doubts, but given the kind of petty, small-minded cliqueism of the likes of McFadden and McSweeney, I'm actually just perfectly on board with Burnham going for it. Like, I don't necessarily like him or necessarily want him to be Prime Minister, but he has so much more of a grasp of the situation, so much more in touch with reality than Keir Starmer is, that I'm happy to go with it. At least for the time being. I don't think he's the answer to the problems, but he's at least has some grasp that there is a problem, rather than just tootling along pretending like it's absolutely fine. Because unfortunately, Tony Blair never really left office, and that needs to cease immediately. Now, as to your point about whether Burnham could necessarily get a Labour seat because there aren't any safe Labour seats, that's basically true. In most parts of the country, there are no safe Labour seats anymore, including the Prime Minister's own seat in Holborn and St Pancras in London. But if there's one place and one person that I think could definitely, absolutely run an election, even at this time with Labour so badly in the polls, it's in Manchester with Andy Burnham. So if he could get one of the Manchester MPs to step aside, Andy Burnham's a very popular man in Manchester. He's been a very popular mayor, and Labour traditionally do very well in Manchester. So they're certainly, I think, more amenable to a more left-wing leader potentially going down to London with the North's interests at heart and, you know, potentially usurping the London clique of technocratic madmen who have taken over the party. So I think he could do it. I think he definitely could do it. It's whether the Starmerite blade wielders, metaphorically speaking, are able to sort of kill him with 1,000 cuts. before any of that takes place, or whether he even has the kind of the gumption to do it. Because ultimately, he's not really a left winger. He doesn't really seem to have that much fight in him. What he is a kind of Blairite who realised that Blairism doesn't really work anymore, and that's something. Yellow.
I mean, even though it's unlikely that Burnham becomes leader, I said he needs to win a seat first. Manchester's probably the only place he could. I mean, do you think the interjection can help move the Overton window left? So even if he doesn't get leader, doesn't get a seat, just having these discussions, will that move it to the left? Or do you think actually the media will talk about this for a while and then just move on?
Well, I think undoubtedly it moves things to the left. What we've seen is with the constant rightward drift is because the Reform Party have pulled the Tory Party that way, Brexit pulled the country to a certain degree that way, and so the Labour Party have followed suit. And we haven't really had a left-wing pushback to that. We've seen that with, I think, Zach Polanski being elected as the leader of the Green Party and eating into Labour's vote has definitely made them consider left-wing voters a little more, not necessarily massively so. But if you have this insurgency from a traditionally left-leaning city and a policy platform from Andy Burnham, one thing that the Labour Party will have to do is react to that. You can't just pretend and do silly think tank memes to your client journalists. You have to actually respond to that. And so what we've seen with the rightward pull of the popularity of people like Nigel Farage, I think you will definitely see a leftward pull with the popularity of the Green Party rising and their membership rising, and indeed the Left Party, or your party or whatever, which has not gone off to a great start, but definitely has the potential to become a significant force on the left, again dragging votes away from Labour Party, and this insurgency from Manchester, that we have essentially three big strings that we can pull the Labour Party left with. Now, I don't expect them to be any good, but at the very least, if it can stop some of the excesses, like we're about to see with the second story in a second, of the Labour Party and their awful right-wing policy prescriptions, that will be for the betterment of the country and hopefully buy some amount of time for a proper left-wing alternative to be developed.
If this was a scenario that was plausible, would you like to see that happen? Would you like Andy Burnham to be the leader? Or do you think that actually Andy Burnham being leader may save the Labour Party, but a lot of us are fed up with it? Because I think, for me, I'll let you answer, but for me, I think in terms of overall politics and the Overton window, Andy Burnham will be good as Labour leader. Like, it'd be good for politics. But at the same time, you're undoubtedly going to see some of the votes in the Green Party may go back to Labour. Polling shows that. And I'm also kind of thinking, well, actually, Labour have had their chance to do that. I want the smaller parties to do well. So what are your thoughts on that? Do you think it's good? It may be good for national politics, but it's a short-term thing because it could be at the cost of smaller parties?
Well, I mean, this is sort of the conundrum we have with electoral politics in general, is that all of the parties, even like, I mean, I'm a member of the Green Party and I think they're the better of any of the parties available, but even they, at their best, are still a sticking plaster. Ultimately, what you actually need is socialism, and they're not actually a socialist party, they're social democratic, right? But that's a significant step forward from the current situation we find ourselves in. And so if we're going to engage in electoral politics and we think that's worthwhile, then the best you can realistically do is a certain amount of incrementalism for the time being, whilst you try and develop, dual systems of power and all of that sort of thing. So ultimately, do I prefer Andy Burnham to become the Prime Minister over Keir Starmer? Frankly, the reheated corpse of Tony Benn would be preferable to Keir Starmer. Nobody would be preferable to Keir Starmer. It wouldn't make any difference. They would be just as charismatic if it was literally no person. So yes, I think Andy Burnham would be a better choice. Now, always be wary of a former Blairite offering you nice things before an election. Now, whether he would actually follow through with that, whether the party establishment would allow him to follow through with that, whether the bureaucracy of the nation would allow him to follow through with any of those things is a different story. But at least if he tries, I'll give him some credit on that, and I think it will have been a worthwhile experiment. If only for the reason that if he does implement some kind of leftist platform, even if it's just a kind of very, very milquetoast one, and is successful in rejuvenating the popularity of the Labour Party, even just a little bit, what that shows is that actually that kind of policy platform is potentially successful in a way that we haven't seen, because ultimately what has worked for the Labour Party is Blairism, right? Blair got elected in 97 and 2001 and 2005. His heir, as it were, got elected in 2024. That's the only success that within living memory, pretty much, the Labour Party has known. And so to have a countervailing narrative where a left-wing progressive platform and a decent platform where, maybe they push back a little bit against the genocide and maybe they nationalise one or two things and, maybe, don't go so hard on the authoritarian technocratic nonsense and are successful in doing so, provides that example of, oh, actually, this is successful, this can work. And that can only be for the good of the left within that electoral system. Again, it's never going to be the solution to the problem because the system is set up to deny us that solution. What we need is to work beyond that system as well. But for the time being, Andy Burnham is undoubtedly an infinitely better prospect than Keir Starmer, who's just, honestly, I think he's the worst Prime Minister outside of maybe Thatcher, who was just inside my lifetime, of my lifetime.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't ever put Starmer as the worst because first he can go lower, he can do worse.
Oh no, but that's what I'm factoring that in. I expect him to go lower.
He will go lower,
Yeah.
but I think Thatcher to me always will be the worst.
Yeah,
I always think though that no matter some of the good economic policies Blair does, Iraq always does it for me.
Exactly.
But then again, Keir Starmer's facilitating a genocide. So even on foreign policy, that's hard to choose. Me personally, I don't want to see Andy Burnham nowhere near Westminster. I think he's far superior when he's outside the Westminster bubble. I think he's a very good Manchester mayor. Whereas he is someone who, I think I wouldn't consider him a Blairite. He was someone who was loyal to whoever leader he was.
He was a Blairite, undoubtedly. Yeah,
he was.
Yeah,
but I think he's sincere.
But I think he has changed. I think his lived experience of running the city of Manchester and doing so very effectively and doing so in the interests of the people of Manchester in a way that wasn't the Blairite kind of mould, I think has definitely changed him, and that's for the better.
Yeah, I think right now I think he's sincere, as in I don't think he's a Blairite who's pretending. I think he is sincere. But the problem I've always found with Andy Burnham versus someone like Jeremy Corbyn, which is why I always would have voted Corbyn over Burnham in 2015 as leader, is that I knew that Jeremy Corbyn was very principally on the left, whereas Burnham, again, has kind of sort of gone to and from, and at the end of the day, power corrupts, and I don't Jeremy Corbyn wouldn't have given into power, he wouldn't have capitulated, whereas I could see Burnham doing that. Remember, in 2015 he was still arguing for austerity, so he's outside the Westminster bubble, he has more of a free reign, he can do good stuff. If he were to get a seat and become leader again, all the things he's saying in the media right now could just be thrown out.
True.
So,
and I think you're right to a certain extent. I remember the words of Ken Livingstone, who said he'd spent 20 years as a backbencher and achieved nothing. He achieved more in his first month as mayor of London. You can get things done as a mayor in a way that you sort of can't from the sidelines.
It's a dirty game in Westminster, absolutely. Yeah. Let's move on to our second story of the evening. Keir Starmer has officially made himself the most unifying figure in the UK. The left, right and centre are all against this government's proposed ID digital card that is set to be launched soon. So Keir Starmer has unveiled a plan for a digital ID scheme after admitting Labour had previously shied away from addressing immigration concerns. It would require anyone starting a job or renting a home to show it on their phone, which would then be checked against a database of those entitled to work and live here. The plan sees digital IDs becoming mandatory for the right to work by the end of this Parliament. The Prime Minister wrote in the Daily Telegraph today that it was now essential to tackle every aspect of the problem of illegal immigration. Starmer has already been criticised by claiming this would tackle illegal immigration because it won't work. Those who are illegally working, the employer knows that. They do it on purpose to undercut wages. Many employers are looking the other way. What we could do is allow asylum seekers to work so they can stand on their own 2 feet, and that immediately ends the exploitation. it feels similar to the drug war. You can do all these policies to try and end the drug war. You could just legalize it. So we could just allow asylum seekers to work. Now, Starmer was initially against the idea, but was convinced by French President Emmanuel Macron. Emmanuel Macron has repeatedly warned that the lack of ID cards acts as a major pull for channel crossings, as migrants feel they can find work in the black economy. This has to be the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Those coming here won't know this, and even if they did, it's not going to stop them. The two biggest reasons why asylum seekers choose this country is family and language. The influx of refugees also happened after Brexit. Now, the Labour Party lied to us about ID cards, as this was, in fact, a U-turn. Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper previously said the government would not be introducing the cards in July 2024. She said, "That's not our approach." And now Chief Whip Jonathan Reynolds said at the same time, "We can rule that out. That's not something that's part of our plans." Well, clearly they were lying, weren't they? So why is it happening? Well, because it's an old Blairite idea that just won't die. They have wanted this for decades. Former Prime Minister Sir Tony has long been an advocate of ID cards and also tried to get a scheme off the ground when he was in charge. Those proposals were scrapped after Labour lost power in 2010, having been opposed by the Liberal Democrats and the Tories at the time. Now, there's been no transparency on who's going to hold the data. Will it be Palantir or other private corporations? This is government overreach dressed up as tackling illegal immigration. Blairism has been an authoritarian project, and Keir Starmer is the same. It's about power, and once they introduce it, successive governments will build on that legislation, adding more and more state control. Now, despite doing so badly in the polls, Labour are addicted to enacting unpopular policies. They've been attacked right across the political spectrum. Jeremy Corbyn said, "I firmly oppose the government's plans for compulsory digital ID cards. This is an affront to our civil liberties and will make the lives of minorities even more difficult and dangerous. It is excessive state interference and must be resisted." Zach Balansky tweeted, "Everyone, what's government doing about the cost of living crisis, the climate crisis, and the unfolding genocide in Gaza? Labour, we will mandate people carry BritCards. This government's priorities are painfully out of touch and increasingly authoritarian." Nigel Farage also took to Twitter and he said, "I am firmly opposed to Keir Starmer's digital ID cards. It will make no difference to illegal immigration, but it will be used to control and penalise the rest of us. The state should never have this much power." This from Kemi Badenoch. Labour's digital ID gimmick won't stop the boats. It's a desperate distraction from their scandals. We won't back any system that makes ID mandatory for British citizens. Only Conservatives have a real plan to secure our borders. And then she points to a link, stopthedigitalaid.com. The Liberal Democrats, they posted, "Liberal Democrats cannot support mandatory digital IDs. People shouldn't be criminalised just because they want to hand over their private data." So this is what we know specifically about digital ID. The do-knows and don't-knows of compulsory digital ID. Do know it will carry your name, date of birth, nationality, residency status, and a photo. You won't need to carry a physical card. You'll only be asked for it when providing your right to work in the UK. It will live on your phone, working like a contactless card. It will be compulsory for anyone wanting to work in the UK. Don't know when it will launch, whether it will also include your address, still under consultation, what the fallback is for people without smartphones. And they've already said, the government, by the way, have said that you don't need to show it when you're trying to get a job, trying to apply for work. And my question is, if we don't need to show it, then why have it? Right? I don't like the idea of having an app on my phone that has my data being collected and the government hasn't confirmed where it's going to go, which company's going to own it. Now, this will give the government power to take away services such as healthcare. This was admitted by Labour MP Joe White.
French have already said that the pull factor in this country is that people can get a job without having to show ID, and therefore it has opened the door far too easily to legal working. And so we need to disincentivise people coming to this country, having a critical way to stop that trail of people coming across to the UK. That's a number one reason. But access to public services, for example, if a French person comes into this country and they can access the NHS if they're ill, and there's no payment system. But if we have to show an ID card, we can actually show that we're entitled to use the NHS.
Now, according to the Refugee Convention, anyone should be allowed to use the NHS. It's free at the point of use, so it doesn't matter if you're a citizen or an asylum seeker. Healthcare is a human right, and we need more politicians defending that. But future governments have the power to take it away. It's seriously dangerous. And if you think it's going to end asylum seekers and immigrants, I think again. Now, these two memes made me laugh, as it does sum up the right wing's view on this. So what you've got on the left is a libertarian nightmare, and it's got drones. I think it's a drone or spy plane. You got a camera, and underneath it's a libertarian paradise with USA Inc. Libertarians on the right, tyranny.gov, don't like it, tyranny.com. I do love that, because I think the left are consistent when it comes to authoritarianism, whereas the right are like, the government does it, it must be bad, but they do not care if private corporations have all of our information or data or control all the aspects of our life. Now, authoritarianism doesn't mean when governments do stuff and that's it. It means when power is used over you. We see our data being taken every single day from corporations. They are used to sell products back to us or sell it to the government to attack our civil liberties. Now, some have said, why are people up in arms when the government does this? Well, if this one thing is wrong, you shouldn't support it when it's the government. Two wrongs don't make a right. I mean, I saw Paul Meeson say, well, I use my thumbprint to get onto my iPhone and all these companies take all your data. And like, yeah, that's not a good thing. Right? We should oppose digital ID and also support the government to rein in the power of corporations. Kevin, why do you think this government has announced such an unpopular policy at a time when they themselves are so unpopular?
Well, this is what happens when you outsource policy making to the Tony Blair Institute. This is exactly where it ends up. We've literally got the zombie politician that just refuses to go away. We've got what? Supporting genocide in the deserts of Arabia? Check. Political malfeasance and financial corruption? Check. ID cards? Check. Peter Mandelson being kicked out of the government? Check. It's just a reheat of Blairism all over again. It's so infuriating, because literally everything they announce, every major announcement they have, it's almost like it's a political experiment in trying to form the most advantageous for Nigel Farage policy prescription for everything, for absolutely everything. It's almost like Nigel Farage is writing their policies for them in order to advantage his own political career, because it's just driving people into his arms. Honestly, they are creating a coalition of potentially very disparate political forces from left and right and the kind of libertarian or more old school socialist people or whatever, who despise this. They just absolutely hate it, because A, they know it won't actually help with immigration in any way whatsoever, and B, it's obviously just a power grab, in the same way that it was when Blair tried to do it 20 years ago. It's so obvious. And like Nigel Farage, if he just goes into the next election promising to scrap this, he wins in a landslide. It's automatic that he will win, assuming that something crazy doesn't happen, like he gets, I don't know, outed on the Epstein lists or something crazy like that. Whoever knows? Although he might get a job in the Labour Party. Who knows? But outside of something crazy like that, he will absolutely win in a landslide, because he's being given votes every time Keir Starmer announces a thing. He keeps giving them votes. The political acumen of Morgan McSweeney and the Labour Together crowd has been vastly, vastly overestimated by the media class, because all they looked at was the raw numbers. Oh, he won a landslide. Yeah, but that's because the Tory party committed Harry Carey in front of the nation. Like,
Do you know what
that's the only reason. It's nothing to do with him or his strategy or anything like that. Also, the fact that he was convinced by Macron, a man who is even less popular in France than he is here. Look, what are you doing?
Centrist brain rot.
Honest to God, it's ridiculous. And why would you trust a government who just had to admit, and technically this was under the Tories, but the same bureaucracy is in place, that they gave information about people escaping the Taliban to the Taliban? Why would you want them to have any more of your information? This is madness.
I tell you what, I found it really, really funny that John McTernan said, I want to make the political divide between Labour and Reform on ID cards. And I'm like, this is insane. This just shows how inept these communicators are. I mean, I think you're absolutely right. If Nigel Farage runs on, I'm going to scrap it from day one, that is a huge bump in the polls. This is the thing. This is what the Labour Party should be drawing ideological lines on. Not on ID cards, right? But on working class power. It's very simple, and this is what the left has taken the mantle of, which is Nigel Farage and the other political parties stand on the side of big business and billionaires, and the left stands on the side of the 99%. So yes, you should create a wedge issue between one party and another, not on competency. But John McTernan saying do it on ID cards is wild to me.
They're so disconnected from reality, honestly. This has to be the death of Keir Starmer's prime ministership. It has to be. If the Labour Party have any hope of achieving just salvation, just surviving past 2029, this has to be the end of him, because his political antennae are so broken that this is what he thought was a good idea. Now, to be fair, it has definitely distracted people from the fact that he had Nancy's best friend as the ambassador to America, and of course knew all about that, and of course the financial corruption, etc., etc. But what it's done is arguably worse, because now everyone hates him for another reason. You've just given another reason for people never ever to vote for you again. The Labour Party, if they've got any sense, have to kill whatever bill this gets put into instantly. Not just like, oh, it's so second reading, third reading. No, kill it dead from the very beginning and get rid of Keir Starmer. Otherwise, it's over for them.
I know there's a petition. Do not introduce ID cards. 1.3 million, so 1,362,181 signatures to scrap the ID card. I want to ask you though, I mean, what's your view on those who say, oh, it's not a big deal, it's just an easier and more efficient way to put all of your information together in one place? What do you say to those who because this is, we are unified, left, centre, right, are pretty much unified against this, but there have been some people on the left as well, have said it's not that much of a big deal.
Well, for those people, firstly, God bless you. You are some of the most naive summer children I've ever encountered. I will just point out to you that we have seen the government vastly misuse powers under terrorism legislation, which we were promised would only ever be used against the scary brown people, not the nice middle-class white people. Honest. And it has been used against everyone, because that's what governments do. There is always, always, always mission creep with every piece of power you give them. Every piece of power ceded to Westminster is always abused somewhere down the line. Because even if Keir Starmer has no interest or no intent to misuse this political power, who knows who comes after him? Does Nigel Farage intend to misuse this power? What about if it's someone even worse than him that comes along later? This is why you have to absolutely clamp down on any power grabs by authority, because they will always misuse it. We've seen that conclusively in the way that they've abused the terrorism legislation that means that spray painting an airplane now makes you on the same level as Boko Haram. If you think that that same government will not they won't misuse your information to take away certain privileges from society, maybe healthcare, maybe employment rights, maybe benefits, who knows? It's an absolute lottery. This is ridiculous. It's obviously authoritarian, will be misused at some point in the future if it's allowed to get off the ground. So please, get your heads out of your backsides and see the reality of this for what it is. This is such a dangerous possibility. Please, for the love of God, Stop pretending like, oh, well, I don't have anything to hide. Well, so what? People who were in Extinction Rebellion didn't have anything to hide. They were still called terrorists. People who were conspiring to cause public nuisance got 4 years in jail under terrorism legislation. Don't think it won't be used against you, because they'll come for you as soon as it's convenient.
I saw a really good tweet. I can't remember who said it, so I can't credit them. It was a brilliant tweet, and they said, if you're happy for your civil liberties to be given up because, I've got nothing to hide, you shouldn't own curtains. And I thought that was brilliant, right? Yeah. I mean, I've got curtains. Does it mean I've got something to hide? No, I would like some privacy. I think, look, if anyone's watching who's on the fence on this, I mean, I think it's very clear where we stand on this, but allow me to say two things. One, the first thing is, this is absolutely the Tony Blair Institute. Yeah. Actually, I found out today that Larry Ellison, the second richest man in the world, has pumped hundreds of millions of pounds into the Tony Blair Institute. Like, why would you do that? He owns Oracle, which is a software which collects data. One of my previous jobs used Oracle for payroll and stuff. The idea that there's not going to be a link there is obviously ridiculous. This data is going to be sold to private companies. But even if we have this policy come in and it's all owned by the government, it's not sold to private companies in the next 4 years, it's still a bad policy because you don't know what successive governments are going to do. Exactly. Once you open that door, it's very difficult to close. And it could even be, by the way, that reform get in. And by the way, them saying we're against ID cards. Once it's introduced, right, do you think they can have any problem using government overreach to shut down left-wing organisations and protests? I mean, they won't think twice. I mean, the Labour Party's doing it with Just Stop Oil. I mean, they got 5 years in prison each for a Zoom call. When it comes to Palestine Action, you can't even hold up a fucking sign without getting arrested. What, 90-year-old women who are getting carried to the back of police vans? Don't think that Nigel Farage, who was very good friends with Donald Trump, who, as we know, Donald Trump is, in my opinion, leading a fascist government, clamping down on dissent, that Farage and Reform won't do this either. Even when they say right now, we're against ID cards, it's very different before it's implemented. Once it's implemented and then a political party gets the power and goes, wow, we've got even more power, do you think they're going to vote to end their own power? No, they're going to use it. So that's why I think it's really important. I think there's a lot of people say, and Paul Mason said it, oh, it's not a big deal. It's just an efficient way of putting things on your phone. I just think it's naive to think that. But also, on a practical level, a lot of older people don't have phones. Yeah. Or something might happen to your phone. Like, this is going to shut out a lot of people anyway.
Yeah, exactly. None of the arguments for this work. It won't help with migration in the slightest, because again, people who are undocumented will just have one document extra that they also won't have. This won't change anything. The black economy, as mentioned by Macron there, will still exist, and this won't alter it in the slightest. There is no good argument for it. There are lots and lots of very good practical and ethical concerns against it. I see no reason why this could possibly pass. There is no defending of this. And then the ghoulishness of Labour MPs to go out and be like, yeah, maybe we could just cut off healthcare to people. Yes, I do. They're brown, so what does it matter? They're foreign. Who cares? We should just maybe doctors just let black people bleed out in the streets. Who cares? They're foreign, so it doesn't matter anymore. Honestly, this government need to go away. I nearly broke terms of service very badly there.
Yeah, we don't want to do that. No, thank you very much for your comments there. We're going to move on. But before we go on to our last story, I'd just like to remind our viewers that we are 5 volunteers keeping this ship going. We do this around our paid jobs. Our goal is to become full-time, meaning we can increase our content, be far more ambitious, and build a sustainable left-wing alternative. Now, your help has made so much of a difference already, from equipment to covering rallies and interviews. Your support means everything. Now, we rely on small donations, so if you want to be part of a media organisation that seeks to destroy the oligarchs, then please head over to turnleftmedia.co.uk/supports. There you can support us monthly on Patreon, or there is a link for a one-time contribution. You can also become a YouTube member for just 99p. Also, this Monday, Turn Left will be covering the Labour Party conference live from Liverpool. we are partnering up with Your Show. If you don't know what that is, it's a show that brings together multiple different independent media organizations that are working together to bring an alternative to the media coverage of the conference. This show will be broadcasting all day Monday and Tuesday. Now, for us, we will go live on Monday at 10 past 8, till 9 p.m. for a special Normal Ireland Live presented by myself. For more information, go to yourshow.uk. On to our final story. Tony Blair, or his official title, man who is a war criminal and should be in The Hague, has had the backing of the US for him to lead a temporary authority in Gaza. Yes, the man who killed 500,000 people with lies about WMD in Iraq could potentially have control of Gaza, which is currently being levelled by Israel. The plans could see Blair head a body named the Gaza International Transitional Authority, according to reports in The Economist. It would seek a UN mandate to be Gaza's supreme political and legal authority for 5 years. The plan would be modelled on the international administrations that oversaw East Timor and Kosovo's transitions to statehood. It would initially be based in Egypt near Gaza's southern border before entering Gaza once the strip is stable, alongside a multinational force. Now, does anyone really believe that A, Blair will hand back power to the Palestinians after 5 years, and B, think their lives will be more safe under his watch? According to Israeli media, an international force will be stationed across Gaza's borders to prevent the regrouping of Hamas. A source told Haaretz that the plan is taking shape and has the full support of US President Donald Trump, with Israeli officials not rejecting it yet. Right now, Palestine isn't a state, and Hamas is their only armed resistance they have. So trying to remove Hamas's power, even though it's a group in which I don't endorse, means this will give more power to Israel. But not only that, Blair and his team tried to weaken the Palestinian Authority. There is concern that Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu... Do we have that graphic? Sorry. Yeah, amazing. Sorry. There is concern that Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu will take advantage of this ambiguity to sabotage the PA's involvement in Gaza, the source continued. Diplomats have said his role is being considered, but is not a done deal, according to the BBC. The Blair plan is said to be anchored on the dismantling of Hamas and a diminished role for the PA. This was roundly rejected by Hamas officials, who previously told The Independent they had not seen the proposal. So it's one thing to say they want to see Hamas defeated, but Blair's plan to try and remove power from PA. I mean, this very much looks like the West intervening to try and completely take control of Gaza, and given our complete backing of Israel, how do we know this isn't just finishing off Israel's plan, but done through different means? Kevin, what's your thoughts on the US backing Blair's plan for taking control of Gaza?
Wow, my favourite, hopefully, fingers crossed, future Hague defendant, Tony Blair, the war criminal par excellence. Not only he's not content with just destroying Afghanistan and just destroying Iraq and just destroying Syria and just destroying Libya. No, he's now coming for Palestine as well. Because be under no illusions, this isn't just a thing that he personally is doing. His organisation, the Tony Blair Institute, were in a story a couple of months ago where they were in WhatsApp groups with members of the Trump administration planning the ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip. Be under no illusions, that is precisely what he and his organisation intend to do on behalf of Israel. He is a Zionist after all. This is their plan. The idea that the newly appointed Emir of Palestine will have any legitimacy amongst the Palestinian people is ridiculous. It's a joke. It's an embarrassment. It's even more embarrassing than when they made him the the agent of peace, or whatever absurd title they gave him after he'd bombed the hell out of Iraq, of course. A Middle East peace envoy was the phrase, wasn't it? Nonsense back then. It's even worse now. It's a spit in the face to people who are undergoing a genocide, of course. And it's yet another Muslim-majority country being messed with by Western imperialist forces. It's no wonder so many in the Arab world consider this to be West versus East, because how can they see it as anything else? What country in Arabia hasn't been destroyed, bombed to ruins by Western forces in recent times? Oh, the ones who you can buy oil from, I suppose. Saudi Arabia, that's about it. Absolutely ridiculous stuff. The problem, of course, and when will the West ever learn this, that one of the push factors of migration, for instance, is the fact that we keep bombing these places, the fact that we keep destroying them. They have to go somewhere, those people, and they will turn up in places where, politically they can be awkward. So just on the kind of the wrapping it up with the second story, one thing that would actually help with reducing the number of people wanting to emigrate is if you don't destroy their countries, for instance. But when will the West ever learn its lesson? Imperialism doesn't work out well. You might gain a small geostrategic advantage in the short term, but you create monsters that you can't control. You will see negative repercussions further down the line in years to come that you can't predict and you definitely can't control. Whether it's going into Afghanistan in the 80s, which creates Al-Qaeda and the Taliban, which is still an open sore upon the world. This will create huge problems further down the line, which we can't predict. But unfortunately, lots of innocent people will see the sharp end of that. Unfortunately, Tony Blair won't be one of them.
Yeah, and it's interesting that this is US backed, because Trump was saying he wants it to be the Riviera, or Gaza to be the Riviera, or Riviera Gaza, whatever phrase he used. He basically wants to turn it into some big modern Western state that's controlled by them. And of course,
he's now come out and said he won't allow them to annex the Gaza.
Well, that's
Strip.
a lie.
It's a lie, and it's just, again, Trump's flip-flopping. He just basically says that he repeats the thing that the last person that he spoke to said. That's it. He just has the opinion of the last intelligent, authoritative sounding person said to him, which is why he comes out of a meeting with Vladimir Zelensky and says, Ukraine can have everything. Whoopah, wonderful. They can have all of the land back and it'll be perfectly fine and normal. And then he comes out of a meeting with, a Russian and says, oh, actually, no, they're going to have to give up loads of land.
Yeah.
Look, it's just, it's a quicksand. You can't do a deal with Trump because tomorrow it'll be completely different. He's a joke. He's a clown figure. Unfortunately, he's a clown with the largest nuclear arsenal in the history of the world. That's a problem. And also a genocidal freak. Let's not be around the bush. That's exactly what he is. Also, this is a complete distraction from the topic at hand, but I do just want to go back before I forget. Are we going to ignore the fact that you were on the same poster as Alexei Sayle there? Amazing. I couldn't let that slip. Just like, oh, that's so nonchalant. I'm just doing an event with Alexei Sayle, it's fine.
Did not expect that to randomly come up there. Yes.
Sorry.
I don't know if I'm going to meet him, though, but it would be nice to. I'll try.
If you do, tell him to subscribe to my YouTube.
I'll get him to, if I can try and get him to record that song he made of Keir Starmer.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah.
So actually, people should make sure they tune into that, because there's going to be some really good guests. We're hearing that Martin Ford might be there. I would really like to interview him and ask him his thoughts about, obviously, Starmer ignoring the Ford report. So go to yourshow.uk to find out more, because it's not just turn left, it's an entire operation, and it's really, really polished. We got a proper studio. I've seen the set of the studio now. It's fucking banging, and it's really professional stuff, so go check it out. I think that probably leads us perfectly onto the comment section, actually.
Yes.
Let's bring in Ben. How are we?
Yeah, pretty good. You haven't shown me the studio. I want to find out about the studio now. I'm curious.
I will.
Damn. Sorry for some of the pauses there. By the way, I meant to bring Curtis back in a little bit quicker than I actually managed to, because my mouse kept dying on me. Don't buy. Don't buy a rechargeable mouse. They are honestly not worth it. I was just like, oh, great, I now can't move my mouse to do anything, so I had to quickly plug it in order to bring Curtis back on. Okay, cool. Let's get to some of the comments. We'll start with, as ever, with some of the super chats and stuff. I want to say it's
Hello. Welcome.
Gabby
Dr.
Mootse. So I'm going to just say Dr. Mook.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Turn Left team. We really appreciate you becoming a member. Rachel Atwood gave $2. I don't know what currency it is exactly, but dollars of some kind. Are you getting microchipped like house pets now? Yes, that is the situation in the UK. Do not come here. It is wild. Yes.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm not going to make any comments about that, Curtis. Carl gifted 5 Turn Left memberships. And we also have Journeying Jordan, who I haven't seen before, so welcome to the Turn Left chat. Says Sex Matters have spent a lot of time petitioning for birth gender to be on the digital, or birth sex to be on the digital ID cards, outing trans people. So is this going to become the toilet ID card? I'll let you guys answer that.
Got to say, very interesting, because I did not think about that whatsoever. What a really important point. This is another policy which is going to harm trans people potentially. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a funny answer to that, but there isn't one. Yeah, that's fucking terrifying. All I can say is we need to stop it. We need to stop all of this. It's bad for everybody, including transphobes. Because they don't realise it, but they'll just, all it'll take is a shift in the Overton window and they'll be terrorists.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Also, as the rot gets deeper and people get more and more obsessive about like outing trans people, the intersex people will be affected. And I'm willing to bet that there are a lot of transphobes who are actually intersex people who might find that they don't want their biological information printed on a digital ID.
Having online spats with transphobes, a lot of them don't really believe in intersex.
Yeah, it's insane.
Which is obviously fucking insane.
Yeah. Wild. So we've got more super chats. Coops with a tenner said, or it might be co-ops. Sorry about that. Because it's Friday and it's been a tough week in politics. At least Turn Left have been there with us. Thank you so much. You are an absolute star.
That comment is that's a really nice comment. I really appreciate that.
Really lovely. And Grant Sloan gave £5 and says, including Ireland, I believe 5 countries will arrest Netanyahu on his ICC arrest warrant. Should be a lot more. Do either of you have?
Absolutely should be. On his flight to go and speak his absurd, random shite at the UN today, he overflew both Greek and Italian airspace, and they should have downed his plane. Not downed his plane, like shot it down. I mean, like brought his plane in and arrested him because they're signatories to the ICC. Yeah.
A literal fugitive went to the United Nations.
Yeah.
A fugitive of genocide.
The United Nations need to grow a backbone. You can't have the United States government deciding who can and can't turn up. No.
Yeah, I know.
If they're an official delegate of a UN recognised state, they get to go there, or we move to somewhere that isn't full of wankers.
We have to applaud the UN delegates who stood up and left when Netanyahu took his speech, though.
Yeah.
So hats off to them. That's the minimum you should be doing, but at least some did. Others stayed like cowards. I think if you stayed,
including the British delegation.
Oh, of course.
Obviously.
Of course. I don't care if you want to. I don't care if you recognise Palestine as a state if you're still going to arm them or arm Israel.
He's a mentalist. Did you see he had a QR code on him? Not like on him as in on his person, literally on his thing. He was like, you need to zoom. Yeah, seriously, go and watch it. It's mental. He had like a patch on his black jacket or whatever, right? And it was a QR code which takes you to some weird Zionist
Hamas
death porn fucking video thing. Like he just what are you doing? You are the head of not head of state technically, head of government. Like have some. I mean, stop doing a genocide firstly, but also stop being fucking weird.
Turns out if you commit genocide, you're also a very weird person. So.
It's a thing that
it's a thing.
Look, I don't want to out all weird people because you can be weird without doing genocide.
Oh, absolutely.
But you can't do genocide without being weird.
Yeah.
It's an unusual activity, genocide. Yeah.
Yeah. Curtis, you're muted, by the way.
Good.
I was muted for ages. I was saying, I don't know. Okay. I was saying that not all weirdos are genociders, but all genociders are weirdos.
True.
How long was I muted for, actually?
That whole conversation.
Not long enough. Not long
I
ago.
committed. I
You've
said I
been-
committed to a lot of things in that conversation.
You've been, yeah, you've been muted for that entire time. I don't know why you've come off mute now.
what
Me and
kind
Kev
of-
have been handling this.
Yeah, what can I hear? I can't hear Curtis. I can't hear him. What's he saying?
No, I can't remember.
I can hear his mouth
Said you
moving.
smell. Fucking hell, I'm such an adult. 32, I can't believe it.
Okay, right, cool. Moving on to the comments, the starred comments. Okay, so I thought this was quite good. The FPL podcast said, "Is that the guy who I always hear in Helena's videos?" Almost said
That would
voice
be me. Yes.
videos.
That
You
was,
said that on another video Kevin was in as well, and someone was like,
Yeah.
"It's Kevin!"
yeah, I am the disembodied voice you will occasionally hear swearing on Helena's show. Yeah.
Yes, and by the way, their coverage of Question Time is absolutely top
Oh
tier.
my
The best
God.
way to watch Question Time,
Yeah.
Yeah.
just
Oh, yeah.
bar none.
And
retired from
stick with
watching
me
YouTube.
after this because I'll be watching it. Yeah. Because I couldn't do it with Helena yesterday because I've been banned on Twitch, which means if we did the show, that would technically be her enabling ban evasion, and she'd get struck down as well.
Really?
So
Oh,
Well, there
Damn.
you go. I mean, we're going to raid into Kevin anyway, so after the show, don't
Exactly.
go anywhere. We're going to fly you over, and you can watch Question
if
Time.
you want to hear me call Richard Tice the C word many times, stick with me.
superb. So Alex Player said, so Streeting's definitely out of the running then. What do we think about the relationship between Andy Burnham, Keir Starmer, and Wes Streeting at the moment?
I mean, it's who sort of cares in some respects. Like Andy Burnham is the only one I think realistically that could retain his seat after the next election. So
Yeah.
who gives a shit? And that's
Streeting
saying
lose.
he's not. He doesn't even have a seat yet, and yet he's the only one I can see having a seat after the next election in a parliament he currently isn't sitting in.
Yeah, so I don't think it's streeting out the running in terms of because Andy Burnham's there. One, Andy Burnham
yeah,
has
yeah.
to get a seat. That's not going to happen. And two, Andy Burnham's going to lose. Wes Streeting is going to lose a seat.
Well, no, I
so
think-
they're going to parachute him somewhere else.
No, I think Burnham will. If he wanted a seat in Manchester, I think he'd win in a by-election.
Yeah.
Again, any other Labour candidate might struggle, but in Manchester, and that person might be the only place
Yeah.
that I would be confident of a Labour win in the entire country. And I mean, literally, the safest seat they could possibly have, I wouldn't be confident of them winning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Blah blah blah. Said, I wouldn't say I'm super excited about Burnham leading Labour, but he'd clearly be better than Starmer. And the longer Starmer stays in power, the weaker they'll be in the next
Yeah.
election. What do we think of this as a consideration? Like the longer Starmer
basically-
stays in.
Yeah.
That is exactly. I don't want to disagree on everything, but that is almost exactly where I'm at.
True, but you took the, dare I say it, the accelerationist approach of saying, yeah, but it's good that Labour are being undermined. Whereas I think if we're going to do electoral politics, as much as I hate the Labour Party,
That's not. I don't necessarily. I was kind of putting it there as a question. Though. I think. 'cause
Yeah,
I do think it's. I think it's a thought-provoking conversation about. I do think it's in terms of utility. Andy Burnham being leader would slightly shift Labour to the left, could move the Everton window.
yeah.
But I think the Labour Party is a sinking ship anyway, just how I think that Jeremy Corbyn stuck a big, massive plaster on the Labour Party
Yeah.
in 2015. Yeah, they did get 40%. I think Andy Burnham represents that, where it's going to die anyway. Andy Burnham might just stop it for a while. Whereas given that Keir Starmer's so unpopular, it is good for small left-wing parties. I don't know if I would say it's necessarily accelerationist, but I do think like there is a question of
I was being a
Is
little
it-
bit tongue-in-cheek there. But
you
yeah.
were being a little bit tongue-in-cheek because you're a little cheeky man.
I am a cheeky
Little
monkey.
But yeah, no, I'll let you go on.
Well, no, I was just going to say, the one thing that I want to avoid at the next election is a majority for the Reform Party, which, by the way, you have the power in your hands, Keir Starmer, to institute electoral reform, which would stop that from happening. But no, you're not going to do that. So if Burnham can come in, and even if he loses the election, if he can stop it from being a Reform majority, I think that has some efficacy to it, worthwhile for the people of the country. Potentially, I mean, it could be that it's Can you not breathe so loudly into the microphone, please, Mr. Cog? Good Lord.
I'll think about it.
You need to get an audio game.
I'll give it some thought.
This is ASMR. And also, by the way,
yes,
if
it's ASMR
Burnham was
now.
lead, if Burnham was lead, I wouldn't vote for them because I'm not going to vote for a party that has facilitated genocide.
No, exactly. Look, this is without question. There's no one in the world that could, even if Corbyn came back as the leader now, I wouldn't vote for them. No.
Yeah, that is the thing, isn't it? See, I kind of am in an accelerationist position where I want the Labour Party to do as badly as possible because I want it to be such a poison chalice that they never consider going back to the right of their party ever again. Like, I don't want them to ever consider it as a possibility. I want it to be as poisonous, if not more poisonous, as the Lib Dems and tuition fees. Like, every time the Lib Dems and tuition fees gets brought up, the Lib Dem in question has to sort of wince and go, well, that was a long time ago. And we've moved on. We're a different party now, and I want that to be the reaction when they consider going to the right. We have many great commentators here at Turn Left. Oh, go on.
I was just going to say on a quick point. I was genuinely a little bit moved by the death of Min Campbell today, a man who actually took on a principal position to oppose the Iraq War, and you know. I think that's worth mentioning.
It's very apt when Blair is also in a lot of the discussions today.
Yeah, and also just a kind of an example that the people who opposed the Iraq War came out of that looking very, very good, and those that didn't, very much didn't. Bear that in mind next time the warmongers bang the drums for wanting to bomb a place. Just be on the right side of history.
Absolutely, and not to rub it in your face, Kev, but as soon as I did the ASMR bit, 2 people put Cole should do ASMR in the chat. I'm just saying.
Turn Left is a cult, so you're going to get outvoted on that because the rest of the team are going to be like, no, we ain't doing that. I could be wrong, though, to be fair. It might be very popular. I can get outvoted.
Yeah. We have many great commenters, including commentators is what I meant, including Sarah Dalal, who put in the chat at one point, what's that spanner thing on my name? That's the mod powers.
You're a spanner. No, it doesn't.
Oh, love you lot, Sarah. Good to see you. And Tic Tac Music, I just thought was interesting. Said, I have a pet fox who grasps the situation better than Starmer. I think that's a fairly good read of where Starmer is at in terms of political.
Is that a marijuana plant in their PFP? Because I will not have this kind of degeneracy.
Oh, you know, it's funny you should say that. People in the chat have been saying that the plant behind Curtis looks like a marijuana plant. People who I don't think I've seen a marijuana plant before, but I suppose it's blurry. So yeah, I'll be kind to them and say it's blurry. Okay.
It's also not real.
And Michael says, "Can't believe Curtis didn't delay for me."
I'm sorry, Michael. And also, I pinned that one because this is slander. What Michael said in the Discord is he said, "Can Curtis host tonight? Because did you say your son is at an event and he isn't finishing till 7:30, and Curtis will be late?" And I'm like, that is slander. I'm the one who's on time. It's Lewis Aaron. Lewis Aaron is the late one.
All I'll say is, okay,
hurt and appalled.
Okay, you did send me the link to this a minute before we were due to go live.
Yeah, but that's because I know that you're live on your end and we can't have the secret chats behind closed doors. Some of us might slip up and say something naughty.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. The secret chat behind closed doors this time was Curtis going, someone in Discord said that I was late. So there's your behind the scenes moment for you. Specs Bean Farmer said the Labour right don't seem to comprehend that time moves forward from the early 2000s. I absolutely agree. Becca said in relation to the digital ID cards, this is so stupid, such a waste of time. Where's this free school breakfast? They can't even finish one thing before the next crap idea. It's sickening. How do we end up with such shit leaders? And it does sort of beg the question, there's so many policies that they could implement that would be so much more popular than this and less expensive. Why have they gone for this as a policy platform?
Because Tony Blair won't fuck off.
I mean, as you eloquently put it, it's literally true, though. Because it's like, why are they starting this expensive thing which doesn't solve any problems, and it wasn't a problem to be solved?
Yeah.
And it's simply because of Tony Blair. And this, I think it's really important. Why I think this is such an important thing is that 20 years on, Tony Blair has still been pushing for this.
Yeah.
Now, if it was just something that could solve everyday problems and make your life a little bit easier, why would he push for this so hard? He isn't pushing for it because it's a simple way of keeping your information together. He's pushing it so hard because, let's be honest, he absolutely wants private corporations taking your data. And they already do, by the way. I'm under no illusion. But he wants to be the one, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be Oracle and Tony Blair taking all your information, locking you up if you say that Blair should be in The Hague. And by the way, you should be in the fucking Hague.
Yeah, he really should be. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, that made it sound like I disagree because I said it slowly. I was just reading a comment. But Coop said you can't stop the black economy in relation to the digital ID cards.
Well, that's racist. Straight away.
Just making... Yeah, I know, right? Honestly, the comments.
Boomer. That's a boomer joke.
So, yeah, you can't stop the black economy. You're just making every taxpayer give money to a private company, a private company, your personal and private info. Yeah, I think that's definitely true. The way I was putting it earlier is like, you know who doesn't require a work permit for you to work for them? County lines gangs. They don't care.
True.
You can work for them with no... And if you put people in a position where they're desperate...
Is this a shout-out you're giving to them now?
Yes, yeah, I'm just giving a quick shout-out to my mates. No, it's like... Whenever you try and force people into poverty in order to... You know, when workhouses were introduced, you saw gangs in Victorian London. It's because when you try to increase poverty and force people into poverty, you make them vulnerable to other forms of exploitation, particularly gang exploitation.
Well, it's not even just exploitation, to use the kind of sociological term. If you kick people out of the regular economy and you give them no opportunities to thrive either in terms of education or economics through normal paths, they will create their own dual structure, usually criminal, but whatever, and do that instead, because people aren't going to just sit down and be like, clamped down on in that way. They will find alternative routes. So, you know, it's the old thing about, you know, those that make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable. Those that make peaceful, legal advance in life impossible make criminality inevitable.
Thank you, JFK.
It's well said, though. Well said. I like it. So Benji, who I couldn't ascertain whether Benji was of the right or just a leftist who was just critical of the rest of the left, said the left is a complete mess and quite frankly an embarrassment. I didn't mark this comment. I think Curtis might have. Curtis, what do you want to say?
That could be either.
So Benji, I think some subsequent comments is of the right. And when we were talking about ID cards, and I highlighted this comment because I don't know if Benji's still watching. I doubt it. I haven't seen you for a while. But the point I want to make is, no, the neoliberals are a complete mess, not the left. Now, of course, the left are a mess and an embarrassment for our own reasons. But in terms of the Labour Party, they are not left-wing. The things that you hate, the things that you think are left-wing, are not left-wing. And actually, left-wing politics is far more popular than whatever neoliberal shit they put out there.
Can you not swear on my channel, please? This is outrageous.
Poop. I'm 32 years old, sorry.
Definitely 32 years old.
You know what? I'm going to have to contact Alexei Sayle and tell him, do you know what kind of platform you're giving to this degenerate? Outrageous.
Yes. There's been some criticism in the chat of Navarra, and I think Navarra have sort of tried to give both sides, and people haven't liked them sticking up for digital IDs in any form, because I do understand where those people are coming from, because it is just a crap idea. And sometimes you do have to just be like...
what's the left-wing defence of ID cards exactly?
I don't think there is one, and I think that's why it's... I think they've had to make up fairly right-wing defence. But Becca did say, I suppose it encourages discussion. Like, I love turn left, but sometimes the hosts do agree. And it's like an agreeing festival, and that is 100% a criticism that I'm willing to take on.
So I start that one. I know you're the producer, but I found a lot of comments I want to star up. First of all, because I watch Navarra, and a lot of the time, especially Michael, like, I don't agree with everything he says, but they will play devil's advocate. And when I play devil's advocate, sometimes they'll go, "Why did you say that?" It's like, I don't actually believe that. It's devil's advocate. I brought up this comment because I think you're right, Becca, and I do think that's something we should try. It's not always easy to do, but it's something we should try and do to get dissenting voices. Because the left doesn't agree on everything, and I do notice a pattern where it can be a kind of agreeing fest. So
okay, I'll do it. Fuck you, Becca. No, it's not. See?
There you go. But
Disagree.
no, but I appreciate it because it's not like I haven't thought about this before. Because I've seen some people on the left say they're not that opposed to ID cards. But of course, I think we're a bit not selective. We have a lack of choice given how small we are. It's not like we can reach out to someone and be like, right, we know they have this view on it. They're going to come on our show. They're like, who the fuck has turned left? So I wanted to highlight that because I think it's a good observation, and I do agree with that. Sorry for agreeing. Actually, I fucking disagree.
Irony.
I need to disagree with another one of your viewers. I don't sound like John Peel. Fuck off.
John Peel.
I get this a lot. Apparently, I sound like John Peel, the late great John Peel. I don't think I do, but I've had that. That's like the millionth time someone has said that.
I've never heard of this person. Should I know who he is?
John Peel, the radio DJ.
Oof, I don't really listen to the radio.
Well, he's dead now, so you wouldn't matter if you listened to the radio now.
Well, I disagree with you.
Well, I disagree that you disagree. I think we agree, actually. So there you go. It's a paradox. Woo-hoo! Anyway, yeah, he was very famous, and he was involved in like the Glastonbury Festival and Radio Caroline and all that shit back in the 60s and 70s. He was very popular, very very well known Radio 1 DJ. And anyway, apparently I sound like him, and I don't think I do. But
someone in the chat did very briefly come on. Won't bother bringing their comment up, but said, go ahead and block me then, because I mean every word. We stand with Keir Starmer, and that is to this day the only supportive comment of Keir Starmer that I've ever seen in our chat.
Why did that person get blocked?
Ever.
That was definitely Keir Starmer, by the way.
Yeah, it was Keir Starmer.
Yeah, that was Keir Starmer himself.
Going around going, hey, some of us still like him.
Oh
no, I did this on to block them. I don't really feel bad for you support Keir Starmer, but I would have been nice to have a bit of back and forth with some, because what we get is we'll get people agree with us in the chat, or we'll get some like literal deranged like right winger. I prefer debating neoliberals and Labour people than the right because it's more fun.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I love debating. I'm trying to get a debate with either I've forgotten the fucking Graham Hughes or the different bias guy, because they're
Phil from a different bias.
Yeah.
Graham Hughes, the one
either one of them, because I've debated Bowler Hat Man twice now.
Yeah.
That was fun. Like, because
fun.
they're so it's indefensible. Like, Jesus Christ, it's so bad.
I would love to see that. Please do it.
yes, I was losing my mind the other day because Phil was on what was it? The Sunday Roast. And I like the guys from the Sunday Roast. Nothing against them.
Oh yes, they're cool.
Yeah, Phil said Phil said that the Green Party were, or rather Zach Polanski was coming forward, and he was proposing taxing wealth, and instead he should focus on taxing assets that people can't move. That's the way you do smart taxation policy. And I'm like, dude, you have not listened to a fucking thing that Zach Polanski's been saying.
You know,
that is literally what he's been saying.
You know, he needs to tax hypnoboob.
True.
Fact.
True.
Fact.
I did see someone on Twitter like, guys, did you know that Zach Polanski did this? And it's like, okay, so first of all, that's all been and gone. Everyone knows that, and people don't care.
No one gives a fuck.
Yeah.
Like, I know you're literally, you can't afford to feed your family, and your grandma's going to freeze to death this winter and all the rest of it. But have you considered hypnoboob? No one cares. No one gives a fuck.
I care because it's quite funny. It's quite good to make.
It's good memes. It's solid memes. But like in terms of winning
memes.
or losing a single vote, it won't make any.
By the way, sorry, I need to flash this up. Is this true? Because that would be really bad.
Fucking hell! I hope not.
Let's check that.
So your first introduction to John Peel is he might be a nonce.
According to Digital Spy Forum, 2014, DM alleges underage sex committed by John Peel.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Oh, there was me thinking, I sound like a kind of niche, old school like celebrity. No, it turns out I have the voice of a pederast.
There's a independent headline below it, which is so insane, but I don't want to read it out because I'll get clipped.
Yeah, maybe
I'm not
don't.
gonna do it.
Maybe don't. It's great when you think you sound like a niche or old school celebrity, but you don't find out until later on that the celebrity you sound like is Jimmy Savile. So you don't, by the way, Kev. You're fine.
No, you don't.
Now then. Yeah.
Oh,
you do.
So Edward Sexby said the PA is a collaborationist. I can't say that comprador structure as it is. This is such BS. I'm firmly in agreement with that. I wanted to get your thoughts, and this will be the last comment as well.
Fair enough. I mean, the problem is, of course, if you get rid of both Hamas and PA, what representation do the Palestinian people even have then? Is it just going to be Tony Blair as the emir handing down diktat to them? Like what happened?
I don't think Edward is saying that. I think he's saying
no. I know. I'm not criticizing Edward's take at all. He's absolutely correct. I'm just saying, like, in a situation as bad as that is, ultimately you have to kind of pick your battles, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is that this just shows how far we're gone when the PA isn't a radical group.
Yeah.
And you've got forces from TBI saying, we want to diminish the PA. Because basically what they want is a respectable representative of Palestine, which is basically agreed with Israel, agreed with the US, agreed with the UK.
What they want is basically an Arab Keir Starmer.
A what, sorry?
An Arab Keir Starmer.
An Arab Keir Starmer. But actually,
just a
Israel
suit who just agrees with him. And
Israel think that Keir Starmer's an anti-Semite now because he said that Britain is going to recognise the Palestinian state. They've now come out and said Jews are fleeing the country. Keir Starmer wants to harm the Jews. And it's like, fuck off.
Good little byproduct of this whole tit-for-tat fucking nonsense is that apparently Israel are preparing to recognise the Falklands Islands as owned by Argentina. As a retaliation. Which, you know what? Based.
I've brought this up because I think Ben missed it, but I've done this because we're not deliberately leaving anything. I don't know what comment it was, though.
Oh, what does that refer to? No, I don't know. I don't know what comment it refers to.
Take me to your leader, but I don't know.
Was it the thing about John Peel? Because we definitely covered that.
It was about John Peel. I'm scrolling up and... I don't know. There's been hundreds of comments now. I don't know if I'm going to find you.
Oh, I just had a horrible thought. He was famous for popularising the song Teenage Kicks by the Undertones as well.
Ooh. I was going to make a joke. But
which, exactly, because he's a nonce. That's not as cute anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you search people by name?
Yeah, you can search people by name. Just... I don't know which...
By the way, take me to a lead. You're getting special treatment because we've never, ever name searched anyone for a comment. So
yeah.
It better be a good one.
The UN. It must be this comment. So, apparently the UN is a capitalist project. John D. Rockefeller gifted the UN land in New York to build their HQ. Is this just the Jews did it thing? Is that where you're going with this?
I was about to say that's obviously not true. You know the
true.
Reason that it's actually based in America was because of Joseph Stalin, right? It's literally true. He wanted to ensure that America didn't do the same thing they did with the League of Nations, and so by basing it in the United States, they would basically have to join and stick with it because it's in the United States. It'd be really embarrassing if everyone turned up and America didn't turn up to their own country. So he was the one that basically convinced the Americans to host the UN.
I also can't see. I mean, I've just searched it. I can't see anything that refers to John Rockefeller and the UN.
I'm getting the feeling that this person might just be a crazy anti-Semite.
This might be JQing. Anyway, we brought up your comment. We're not ignoring it, but you might be JQing that.
Also, some evidence for that would be good.
Well, the idea that you're ignoring my fantastically cited, sourced point I made. No,
I've just googled it and there's no link. There's no link to that.
Like, you're ignoring the great point that I smeared in shit on the side of someone's house. Like, no, it's fucking nonsense.
It might well be that there's like some link there, but if so, the time to believe that is when you can cite like proper historical sources and evidence for it. I can't just take a sort of like, well, they're vaguely linked or whatever. JQing is Jewish questioning, is the sort of like the using anti-Semitic conspiracy theories essentially, and you've got to be careful nowadays about using the word anti-Semitism because it can be, unfortunately, be seen as a.
To be fair to Take Me to Your Leader, John Rockefeller was not Jewish, but the Rockefellers.
Oh, I'm thinking of a Rothschild. Yes, sorry,
Yeah.
I'm getting those two mixed up.
So did you just smear
My
one of
mistake.
our viewers?
I did. I apologise. Take Me to Your Leader. But either way, you still do need citation in order for us to.
Yeah.
To
So yeah, probably. Yeah, you need citation, but again, Rockefeller. If he did found the UN, what's the point? Or what was the comment? Like, why couldn't we speak about it?
And this is the problem. I think we're getting lost in the source.
We're getting lost in the source.
Yeah,
we shouldn't be railroading our own show.
Yeah, we will bring everything to a close. Thank you for your guys' time on the comments.
Cool.
Appreciate
Thank
you both.
you so much, Ben, for producing in the comments. But of course, that is all we have time for. Thank you to all of our viewers who tune in. Of course, thank you to Kevin for joining me tonight.
Thank you for having me on.
But you will still be going live on your show.
I will.
So everyone watching, don't go anywhere. We're going to magically transport you over. Don't know why I said that, but we are where we are. Now, if you want us to grow, then you can head over to turnleftmedia.co.uk/support. There is a link to our Patreon where you can support us monthly or follow the other link to give us a one-time contribution. Alternatively, you can become a YouTube member for just 99p. Thank you so much. Catch me on Monday live from Liverpool covering the Labour Party conference. That's at 8:10 until 9 p.m. So thank you everyone who tuned in, and I'll see you next time.
Hitler, Adolf Hitler, Adolf Hitler, Adolf Hitler.
Cool. That is you raided over.
Nice. I did my Hitler song. I don't even care if you got rid of Corbyn.
You just do it now anyway.
Yeah.
It's out of spirit, I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah. Exactly. He's still there in my heart. Will you ever be bringing him back, or is he like gone now?
He's probably retired now, isn't he?
Yeah. Fair enough.
I think it's more because like if we get really big, it's like if we get big.
When?
Why do you have a certain politician? When? You have a certain politician, like, why do you have that? It's like, well,
Why not?
well, I don't know.
Well, replace him with Alexei Sale.
Yeah, calling Keir Starmer a cunt, yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
To be fair, I'm up for that.
Keir Starmer's a cunt. Go to Turn Left Media.
Yeah. Well, you are a serious grown-up organisation. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we are.
Fuck yes.
I can't
Incredible
believe
stuff.
that. Like, I got Rockefeller and Rothschild mixed up, but
Are you legit smeared a fucking viewer?
I know, right? I
You just like Netanyahu with your false accusations.
that was actually where my mind went to, but no, the Rockefeller stuff often is like there's a lot of conspiracy around.
I've definitely heard that. So like it could still be JQing.
Yeah. Also, yeah, everyone, hello Raiders, everyone hit the follow button. I'm awesome. Yeah, I am. You can subscribe to me for nothing. It costs you nothing and makes my dick erect.
That's fucking time for me to go.
Very something for you to think about, you know? Do with that as you will. I'm just saying.
Exactly. Shit, man. Do you know what? We're never going to get big and become legitimate because, Kevin, you're going to keep fucking making me saying shit I shouldn't be saying.
No, you'd be alright. You and Alexei Sale, you go to the top, mate. It's fine.
Yeah.
That's right. You're fucking coming with us. Anyway,
Alexis Sale. Oh, Alexis Sale,
with us
friend.
because if we go down, you're fucking going down.
Yeah, you should say, are we part of the young ones now? Does that count?
Young? I don't think so. Oh, we're
I'm
probably
certainly
young for
not.
political- we're young for political media standards, to be fair.
Oh God, yeah.
I mean, the way me and Ben get spoken to from like Dawn and Nana, they're like, "Oh, hello."
To be fair, I don't think. Well, yeah, but that's because Twink Death has not arrived for you two yet. as a person who is, do you not know Twink Death as a phrase?
No.
Basically,
I can guess.
where a young, sort of more feminine presenting gay man becomes a fat old man. It's Twink Death, right? And so, hello. You're now seeing the Twink corpse speak to you.
The twink
But something beautiful is emerging. Is it Twink Death and then a bear emerges? Is that what it's supposed to be?
But basically, yeah, and that's me. Yeah, I used to be skinny and beautiful. I had cheekbones. Oh,
Did you?
absolutely
I never
beautiful.
had those.
Whereas now I've got jowls.
Well, I jowls. Fuck off. That's ridiculous. I don't have a chin, so
Fair enough.
that's not fair enough. I'm really annoyed about that. It's not
Well, that's
fair.
why you gotta grow a beard. Just cover it up. That's what I'm doing with my
Don't you
fucking
think I'm
several
trying?
chins. Jesus Christ.
Don't you think I'm trying to grow a beard?
It's going well. I like it.
That's
Beautiful.
complete sarcasm, isn't it?
No, it's not suck. I like your little beard. I like your little
Oh, I like
beard.
your little beard.
Beard.
That is so sarcastic.
Beard. Beard.
You're worse than Nana Aquir, actually. You're more
I am.
patronising than her.
I am.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Anyway,
right,
yeah.
let's,
Let's go because I've got to get on with question time.
yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
The bad news is, Kev, you're on 12%.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Oh, fucking hell, Kev. Get better internet.
My internet's fine. It's you
It's
people.
not.
Yeah, I
have
said
an
you
Ethernet
people.
cable now.
Yeah, I have an Ethernet cable.
You've got an Ethernet cable.
I
now.
have. I promise.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
To be fair, it has been weird because I have a gigabyte upload speed on Ethernet and I'm on 10%. It should.
So you're even worse then. You get your fucking better internet. You fucking puny
I have the
10%.
internet you can possibly get.
Fucking with your piss poor 10%. Fucking big
Can't
dick
relate.
12% over here. Loving it.
It's 11.3% now actually. So it's not
Embarrassing.
10%.
Embarrassing. Rookie
Can't
numbers.
relate. I'm on 69%.
Nice.
You
Exactly.
have one bar on your internet. It literally says one bar.
Yeah, I know, and I'm
That makes
still
no sense.
destroying the numbers.
Oh, Ben McLean destroys other leftists on upload speed. Click that one for your channel.
Yeah. Leftist infighting over upload rates.
God, it's like your party, isn't it?
I'm going to be taking legal action towards Curtis now for slandering me, slandering my internet.
True.
Well, I'm going to announce a new internet unilaterally. Fuck, we're still live, by the way. Look, we still love
We
you
probably shouldn't
leftists.
make these jokes.
Yeah.
But at least we're jabbing both sides here, because I think
Oh,
there's
yeah.
criticisms that go around both sides.
Yeah, there is criticism on all sides, yeah.
Yeah.
True.
True.
Yes.
Where do I see my numbers? Because I don't know how much. Hang on, is it this bit up here?
There's a blue cloud off the top. Good
there we
news,
go.
you're on 19% now.
20.2%, bitch.
Oh,
how
it's
dare
20.2
you.
Your
Mine
end.
doesn't even say what?
Okay.
It says 90.9 on my end.
Yeah,
so
my end
You're
just says that
fucking
too.
lying. Someone's lying anyway.
I don't know.
Or Kev's looking at the wrong number. Could be.
No, it just says the blue thing. It only tells me my number. It says Kevin Logan, 21.2%.
Oh, I can see all three.
Okay.
I think that's one of the privileges of being a.
Oh, I can see privilege of being a producer. Yeah, I can see all three as well.
Yeah.
170 Why? I don't. Okay.
You know what? I can turn the banner off. We don't need that on. It's not going out to anyone right now.
Well, to be fair, it's going out to Kevin's stream. It's promoting.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
Oh, yeah,
our
oh, shit, yeah.
donations to
Okay.
Kev's stream.
There you go. Come on, donate, people. Apologies.
I mean, donate to both if you can afford it. But right now, go and donate to Kevin. What's your Patreon?
At patreon.com/whatever the fuck it is, I can't remember. But it's
very, very
type
good
in.
at advertising.
I am brilliant. I still need to do that 30-second clip for you from 3 years ago.
Yeah, thanks for
KF
that.
Logan?
Fucking hell.
No, just type in Kevin Logan and you can do that. Or you can do bits messages, or you can Well, no, not Brits messages. I'm not on Twitch until Sunday because I'm a naughty boy. I wasn't sufficiently reverent about our Lord and Saviour Jesus H. Kirk. Fuck's sake.
Oh, God,
It's KF Logan, by the way. It's patreon.com/KF Logan.
So you know more than me.
That's actually mental, right? That you
I don't know.
fucking yourself and fucking Ben's doing it for you.
Yeah,
I got it.
well, me and Kirk go way back. It's fine.
If,
It's all
if,
good.
he, if he hasn't accidentally locked himself out of this account and needs a new account, which is
True.
entirely possible.
Who is this other person that just randomly joined? I don't know.
Hello.
Hello. You got your new camera on, haven't you?
No, actually, this is my old camera. This is my
You
old
just
camera.
got it positioned in a better place.
Yeah, what I've done is I've changed my setup. I've put my monitors on on like a double mount, and I've got the camera in the middle.
Because you used to be like this.
Yeah, yeah. I've taken the teleprompter away.
You would. It was like that, and then you had all that space above your head.
I've taken the teleprompter away for now because I'm planning to get literally just a phone mount above the camera, which will work the same. Because when you're looking into the camera, you can't tell if somebody's looking into the camera or looking above the camera. So if I'm really above the camera, it'll look like I'm more or less looking into it, which will work.
Yeah.
Instead of using a teleprompter. This is probably really boring for Kev. I apologise.
Yeah. Anyway,
That's absolutely fine. Look,
Well, you need to do your QT. I need to go drink my German beer and he's poking his eye.
Yeah.
And do some clips.
okay, but look, I'm still on 30%.
Yeah, but what you can do is just minimise it. And
All right, then. But you two have to promise not to like randomly jump on my stream.
we won't.
I'll make no promises right now.
Okay.
You could. Yeah. No.
Kevin.
No, we won't. We'll be creepy, though. Okay. Right. I love you guys. All the best.
I love me too.
And have a great question time reactions.
Will
rage bait
do. Everyone go and follow Turn Left Media immediately.
immediately.
We will have a great reaction stream, Curtis. Thank you.
Yeah.
We will. Sorry, did I say we? I meant Kevin will,
Bye,
obviously. Goodbye, y'all. All right, I'll see you later, Kevin. Appreciate you. Catch you a bit later.
Okay, see you later. Bye. Okay. Oh, it's still at 34 fucking %. I'll kiss my dick, man. Ugh. Anyway. Okay. Question time then, bitches. Oh, hang on, we had noises. I forgot to turn the fucking alert box. There you go. Noises will now happen if you give me money in the ways that you know you already can, so yeah. Thank you, Over the Story, for gifting 5 memberships. Much love to you. And thank you, Blah de Blah, for your donation. You say, for your super fast broadband. Thank you. I don't know why I looked into the camera. I'm not on fucking camera, am I? Should probably change that. Oh, because I'm still on this fucking... Hang on, if I disable that camera, will that make it go any quicker? I don't think it will. Death to America. Anyway, the question time, let's go. This is from yesterday, but it's still relevant. Yes, I have a TV license. Suck a dick. Fuck well off.
Every week, Question Time travels to a different part of the United Kingdom. Tonight, we're in the Warwickshire town of Bedworth.
I know Bedworth.
In the heart of the West Midlands, a former coal mining area with a proud industrial past that's facing new challenges, including the crisis at Jaguar Land Rover just down the road.
I like how everywhere in the West Midlands is like, it used to have industry, and now it's fucked.
Road in Solihull. Our audience members arriving here this
I briefly worked at that factory as an agency fucking cleaner place person for like 2 weeks. It was hell.
evening, as every week, reflect the general political picture across the nation. And they want to ask about ID cards, Donald Trump and paracetamol, and that cyber attack at Jaguar Land Rover. Welcome to Question Time from Bedworth. On tonight's panel from the government is Lisa Nandy, Culture Secretary in Keir Starmer's
Yeah, I realised it was a bit low. I've turned it up now.
cabinet, who's also a good friend of a man who could pose a challenge to Keir Starmer, Andy Burnham. For the Tories, GP turned politician Luke Evans, a shadow.
Don't be put off. Don't think that this is a normal human being. It isn't. He's a monster just because he's pretty. Okay? No. Bad chat. Horny jail.
Health Minister and the MP for Hinckley and Bosworth. Fresh from her party conference in Bournemouth, the Lib Dems education spokesperson, Munira Wilson. Reform UK's deputy leader, Richard Tice, whose party swept the board in council elections here in May.
Oh, heaven forbid we don't have a Reform candidate on. What's that? The Green Party have the same number of MPs and are never on? Wow. Also, Billy Bragg is a legend. I've seen him before at the Tolpuddle Martyrs March. Awesome. Also, check out not just his political music, but his love songs are very good too.
And the musician and activist Billy Bragg, who was Labour for a long time, but is now looking for a new political home, somewhere perhaps between Jeremy Corbyn and the Greens. Good evening, welcome to our panel, welcome to our audience here in Bedworth. Very good to see you all. Thank you for choosing to come and spend your evening with us, and of course, welcome to you at home. There's always a lively conversation on social media, should you just wish to join in or sit back and watch the programme. Let's get our first question, which is from Ian Maidment.
Will compulsory ID cards stop the small boats?
Well, we only just...
No. Or the short answer, no.
Heard about this evening, didn't we? So it's rather timely, your question, Ian. Keir Starmer is apparently going to set out plans tomorrow for digital ID cards. Lisa Nandy, please do tell us more.
Well, we've been thinking about, as a government, what we can do, pulling every lever at our disposal to make sure that we get a grip on the immigration chaos, that we're able to welcome people to this country who have a right to be here, and that we're able to swiftly process and return people who don't. And I think many towns around the country have got really fed up with the levels of chaos that we've seen. In my town in Wigan, we have had a couple of asylum hotels open up. We've had a lot of HMOs being bought up to rent out to asylum seekers that have made life quite difficult for the local population.
How will these digital ID cards work?
Well, one of the things that we're thinking about is whether to introduce digital ID, and we think there is some merit in this. The Prime Minister will say a bit more.
There is not any advantage to this whatsoever. It won't stop a single boat.
About this tomorrow, but we think that they offer two benefits. The first is that they'll be...
By the way, you know, the other day I watched a video from a different bias about this coalition of left-eyed leaders who's going to take on the fascists, and I said, oh, it'll just be like the neoliberal leaders of like Australia and Canada and shit, and then Keir Starmer, and that's it, and it won't amount to anything because they're literally the problem. They're literally the reason the far right is rising. Yep, that happened. That's the thing that she's talking about here. He set out the plan for this at a meeting in, I think, Westminster Hall. No, not Westminster Hall. One of the big fucking places in central London. Anyway, outlining these plans, and there was the Prime Minister of Canada and the Prime Minister of Australia, and yeah, they're going to achieve nothing. Like, I genuinely on this occasion hate to say I told you so, but I did.
Able to make sure that people are able to prove their right to be here, to work here legally very easily, which will then help us to deal with the illegal economy and stop people being undercut at work. But we also think there might be big benefits as well for citizens. If you think about the way that the NHS app has developed in recent years, and now you're much more able to do things like make GP appointments online and access your medical records, we think there may be benefits to the general population as well. But I would just say this, beware of any politician who tells you that when it comes to getting control of immigration, there is one single solution. We are coming at this from every single angle, disrupting the gangs, supporting people who have the right to be here, returning people.
We know that's not working.
I'm sorry, Richard, but you know, you've had a lot to say about this week, and it's a different story every single time.
Also, you don't get to just interrupt, you prick. Like, You'll get a chance to fucking speak.
The truth is,
we know that
beware
smashing the
these
gangs
snake
is
oil
not
salesmen
working, so now you're
who
jumping
tell...
on a new bandwagon.
That's just not true. I mean, we've deported more people under this government than
Lisa,
ever before.
Can I just bring you back to the question about ID cards? Let me just, because we're also only just finding out about this. Will it be compulsory for people to carry ID cards?
Well, look, the Prime Minister is going to make some comments about this tomorrow. I can't preempt them, but what I can say to you is beware these snake oil salesmen who tell you that there are simple solutions. If there were simple solutions, they would have been done by now. Don't buy what this guy is selling.
I'll come to you in a minute. Just let me go around the panel. Luke, is this something that the Conservative Party supports?
Well, Ian's question was, is it going to solve it? No. Full stop. That's not going to solve it. I take a step back. Why are we having this debate tonight, of all nights, with an announcement made like this? There's something called in politics the dead cat theory, where you're not sure what to do. You throw a dead cat out to distract, because the Prime Minister's under pressure from the likes of Andy Burnham coming forward and putting pressure on him.
True.
This would be the perfect place to have this discussion in Parliament. Why are we not announcing this to Parliament? We've had the recognition of Palestine announced outside. This was planned by the government. They could have had scrutiny in Parliament, yet we don't. So I can't answer any of these questions because neither can Lisa. Lisa's come out here to defend it, and she's only found out that she's going to be doing it tonight.
I mean, the leader of your party, Kemi Badenoch, says gives the impression she's not sure if it will work. Chris Philp seems to think it might have some merit. Do you think it will
Well, this is why we need to explore it. I
don't know.
I genuinely don't know.
Okay, you don't know?
Well, let me
just
ask
anymore.
that question, because we don't know.
We don't need to hear any more from you.
Excluded people. Are they going to have them? I mean, it's a bizarre situation that Tony Blair put this forward back when he was in government, and then only last year, and now the new government has decided, actually, we like this, after voting against voter ID. So it seems very mixed. I don't quite understand where we're trying to get to.
It's called a gimmick.
Well, this has...
Yeah, it is a gimmick.
This has just come into the public domain today. Let's hear what our audience think about it. It's our first chance to do so. Yes, man there.
If a digital ID card, how will it physically stop people coming to the shore?
It won't.
Look, this is
Great question. Great question.
Well, I know, but I mean, don't listen to these two. I mean, this government presided over record levels of immigration and stopped processing asylum claims, which is why so many towns around the country have been dealing with what we've been seeing in recent days. That's the point that I'm making, is that there is no one single solution to this. I tell you what will stop people coming over on small boats if we disrupt the criminal gangs. That's why what we've done...
How's that working out?
Reach an agreement. Well,
over 50,000 in your 12...
First flight took off
50,000.
Also, this is an update on the "we never talk about immigration" talking point. Seems that's all we ever fucking talk about. Well, except when a nonce gets outed as, you know, a member of the government or something. Which does happen from time to time, unfortunately.
Week.
In the last 14 months, you're up 40% this year alone. Smashing the gangs has encouraged the gangs. It's a catastrophe.
It hasn't encouraged the gangs. The first
then why are the numbers up over 40% this calendar year,
The first returns to France happened last week.
Brilliant. 3. So 50,000 in and 3 out.
Sorry, let me just... No, wait a minute, because I want to hear a bit more from our audience.
We know that
slightly
you
off the
guys
subject here.
find it hard to
Man
do
there in the
maths,
check
but
shirt.
that is just nonsense.
Man there in the check shirt.
In my opinion, I don't think it's going to stop immigration, but it's going to open doors to having ID cards on your phone without producing the thing. But it is going to open up fraud where people can create false apps and then it can be reproduced. So it defeats the purpose of bringing it on phones when we've already had cyber attacks that are happening now. And how do we not know they're going to happen to our phones?
Okay, but you don't have to keep your hand up. Like you're literally talking. You have the attention of the audience.
Okay, man here.
It's really interesting to sort of bring it up. I think it's only literally just been released, so how is anyone supposed to form sort of like a critical opinion on it, or say that it works or it doesn't work? The actual issue is sort of asylum and people coming in and people not processing claims. That is the problem. Absolutely. That's what needs to be solved.
100%. All right. Man there in the stripy tie in the middle. Yes, holding your hand up. Yeah.
Thank you. I think this is just another...
Rarely do I see a beard more glorious than mine, and yet there it is. It's literally like a continuation of his turban. It's glorious. You'll love to see it, chat. You'll love to see it. Salutes in chat for the beard. Come on now. Now, he might be about to say a really terrible thing. I have no idea. He could be a right wanker. But, glorious beard.
Cost to the people. It's going to cost billions of pounds.
Yeah.
it's not actually going to be beneficial in real terms. How a piece of plastic in your pocket is going to stop people coming over from France is, I don't even know where that argument comes from. This is one of those things where you can see it costing loads.
From Tony Blair's arse. That's where that argument comes from.
And suddenly it gets benched because it's not going to work.
Right, Munira. So, I'm a bit confused by your leader at his conference, because in the same speech he seemed to think it was a really bad idea, but on the other hand he said, well, maybe we need to move the times and actually have ID cards.
So we have put out a very clear statement this evening, because the reports that we're reading and hearing about this evening suggest the government is wanting to introduce a compulsory digital ID scheme. We have always been clear, and Ed has been clear, that the Liberal Democrats do not support a compulsory digital ID scheme. I don't...
Is there such a thing as a beard? Well, you can buy a false beard, yeah. I mean, it's probably not very convincing in some respects, but it depends what you need it for.
I think people in this country should be criminalised if they don't wish to hand over their personal and private data to the state in order to go about their daily lives. And we know this government's...
The only thing that I think anyone needs to see from the Lib Dem conference, by the way, I didn't cover it because, like, who cares? It's the Lib Dems. But one thing that is worth, I think, maybe taking a look at, maybe, if I can find it, it'll be down here somewhere, because it's a long way down. Because this was from like 3 days ago, and I've bookmarked a million things since then. Was Ed Davey, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, his entrance to the situation was genuinely remarkable. Just brace yourselves. This is the leader who wants to be Prime Minister, right?
We can take you now to Bournemouth. These are latest pictures. This is the Lib Dem leader, Sir Ed Davey, arriving. There's always a stunt, isn't there, with him? This is the party's annual conference. Well, the Lib Dems are pledging to toughen up Britain's stance on illegal migration, among a range of other policies. So here he comes. I mean, he can't be...
Absolute twat.
Just this government, every government has been pretty bad at handling and storing our personal data. As a member of the audience said, this is going to cost billions of pounds. And I'm not quite sure, as another member of the audience said, how this is going to actually stop people coming over in small boats or, you know, through other irregular routes. And we've got to think about the digitally excluded, the older people, the vulnerable, and the disabled, those people who perhaps don't have online access. So I have big concerns about any sort of compulsory scheme. We need to see more details. And if the government really wants to bring down the asylum backlog and put a deterrent in place, they would spend some of this money that they want to spend on digital ID cards on putting in place what...
Does she look a bit like the girl chipmunk from the Chipmunks? Does she looks like one of the girl chipmunks, right? Am I being out of order there? I don't know, but like I think she does.
What we proposed this week was a Nightingale processing centres, so doubling the number of people processing asylum claims so that we can clear this massive backlog that we've got in the space of 6 months, deport those who shouldn't be here.
Do you think you could do that in 6 months?
If you double...
Hang on a minute. Because I've looked at this, your suggestion about Nightingale centres. So you're suggesting, as you say, doubling the number of cases
under emergency,
2,000 to 4,000.
under emergency powers,
and building or finding centres where the processing can be done. What makes you think you can do that in 6 months?
Well, because there is emergency contingencies legislation in place.
I don't know what the character's
this is,
called.
I think, an urgent emergency situation. It's a humanitarian situation for those people stuck in those hotels, and clearly it is an urgent situation for the communities that have those hotels in their areas. So we're saying...
Update, we're at 95.1% on the download, or upload, or whatever the fuck it is. So we should be able to have the fucking thing in a second.
Well,
I think it would cost a lot less than housing people.
How much? You must have
Is there a
some idea.
ballpark?
No, I don't have a ballpark for you today, but I can tell you, you will save, if in 6 months you've cleared the backlog and you can deport a lot of those people back.
But just to be clear, we have doubled the rate of asylum claims that we process since we took office.
You are spending millions of pounds
so
a
we've
day
already
on
done that.
hotels. Those millions of pounds could be spent on processing the backlog and deporting the people who can't be here.
No, it's just, Manira, my point is that we have already doubled the rate of processing
Well,
asylum
I'm telling
claims
you
since
to
we took
double them
office.
again, because that is the way to deter
But just to be
people
clear,
coming
you
here.
can't, you've no idea how much that would cost.
On ID cards, I don't think that is going to solve the
Okay,
asylum
you've made that
problem.
clear. Richard Tice.
So the question is, will compulsory ID cards stop the boats? The simple answer is no, of course it won't. We've already got 2 forms of ID. It's called passports and it's national insurance numbers, and you have to have a national insurance number to work. So if we use those properly, if we're worried about, which we are, the quantity of people who are here illegally and working illegally, then we should use the national insurance.
Which is, of course, slightly nonsense from the Reform Party, because they've said they're going to get rid of legal migrants as well, because they're cunts, you know.
Numbers properly, with a proper deterrent, significant deterrent for employers that break the laws. We know that governments are very bad at managing big IT projects, whether it's Tony Blair's efforts 20 years ago, whether it's the Post Office Horizon scandal. This would cost billions of pounds, bound to overrun, and would achieve absolutely nothing and would take years to introduce. So it's a disastrous idea.
And they're in the blue sweater, or grey sweater, I think you've got on there, yeah.
Yeah, doesn't this actually mean smaller government, which I would have thought would have appealed to you, Mr. Tice, because we already have a number of IDs, you know, national insurance, driver's licence, passports, etc. Would it also deter people from coming to the UK on the basis that they would know that without this document they wouldn't be able to work in the kind of gig economy?
Well, in theory, with national insurance numbers, you shouldn't be able to work without one of those, but that's not...
Yeah, Richard's flag is upside down.
...being properly enforced because there's not a proper deterrent, so no.
But look, he's the kind of nutter who fucking paints Danish flags on roundabouts. He's a cunt, he doesn't care.
No, it'll make no difference whatsoever. Those who want to come here illegally and work illegally, that's what they're doing. There has to be a proper deterrent.
Man there in the anorak, yeah.
Well, if I was an immigrant sitting over there in France, I'd be saying to myself, well, they're going to have ID cards. I better not go to England. Someone's having a laugh, aren't they? It's not going to work. It's a stupid idea. And I totally agree with the Nightingale centres. We need to process these people. These are... So most of them are decent people. They're well educated. They've done well. They've travelled all the way across Europe to get here, so they've got to have some initiative. Let's get them in our workforce. Let's get them processed and get them working so they can pay back.
All right. Billy, will compulsory ID cards stop the small boats?
No. I don't think, as the gentleman was saying there, I don't think...
Like, don't get me wrong, I think there's a certain point to what he's saying there, I think. You know. Get with it, what? Who the fuck are you? Nadine Dorris? Me? What? The fuck are you talking about? Have I gone mad?
They'll stop the small boats. But I'm concerned more...
So when the French government, for example, I'm not saying if they're right or they're wrong, but one of their arguments is...
Literally couldn't get a sentence out. The only lefty on the panel that couldn't get a sentence out before she interrupts. Fucking Christ.
The pull factor of coming to the United Kingdom is that because we don't have ID cards, it's much easier to come over and then disappear into the employment black market.
But they do have ID cards in France, don't they? Does it stop immigrants going there? I don't think it does it?
No.
My concern is more about civil liberties, to be perfectly honest with you. All of a sudden, it's put the whole problem onto us. We're going to be the people who have to be carrying these cards around. So if you're acting in a way that is not standard, the way people, you know...
Oh, I said down wave instead of download. Sorry, I was... Okay. Oh, have one of them, lad. Anyway.
The council or the police look at it, the chances are you're going to be stopped. Since the Equalities Commission said that trans women shouldn't use ladies' toilets, cis women are being confronted because they don't present in a traditional feminine way. They're being confronted angrily.
Good lad. Good. See, he's a proper one. Good stuff.
Confronted in ladies' toilets now. And I think this will be the same. Any person who doesn't look like a standard English person could be stopped by the police or the authorities, demand to produce their card. And even those people who do look like a standard English person, if we can decide what that is. Say you're going down to Euston one day and you get there to find that the authorities have closed the station because they're checking for illegal immigrants, and everybody has to go through their system to get out of the railway station. This is the sort of society we're moving towards. I don't think we should do it.
Woman there in the middle, in the dark top.
He's a good lad. Honestly, Billy Bragg, I have a lot of time for. Excellent stuff.
I do believe in the principle of identity cards, but unfortunately I think the timing's not right, and until we get on top of the criminal gangs, the fraud behind passports and identity fraud, it's just another opportunity for the criminal gangs to raise funding to support further terrorism.
What the fuck was any of that? This is why I have to share a country with just fucking idiots. God almighty. Like, and it's not just the gammons and whatever, it's that person. What the fuck was that comment? Oh, I like them, but we need to do worse things first or something. What the fuck are you talking about? God. Infuriating. This country is infuriating. Which is why you should fund my Escape the Country fund in the form of subscriptions. No, not subscriptions. Memberships and super chats. And I think there are other things you can do here. Whatever, I don't know. Anyway, for me to escape the country, I need to make all of the money and then I can do socialism. That's how it works. Yeah.
So, it's interesting.
By the way, she's just going like, to fund more terrorism. That won't get challenged. That completely baseless load of old shite won't get challenged. It's all good.
Seeing the responses I'm getting, obviously I only know what the people putting their hands up are saying. There's some polling, it's not a huge amount, which suggests that more people are in favour of identity cards than not. Now, just out of interest, and as I say, this story's only broken, there's lots we don't know about the plan that the government is proposing. But can I have a show of hands? Who is in favour here of ID cards? Well, not the majority, I think it's fair to say. Let's hear from someone who is in favour. Yes, you're there with the glasses. Hang on, we'll just get a microphone to you. Yeah.
I think in terms of the criminal gangs, if that's such an issue with the boats, and obviously they're...
Can I just say to the person who's now asked me, I think, twice or three times, what do I think of the PFLP? You know that they're like a prescribed terrorist organisation in the UK, right? You know that they're literally prescribed because they did all of the air hijackings and stuff, right? So, obviously...
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
That was poorly timed. I just want to say, that interjection from Gennaro Gattuso does not necessarily represent the views of Kevin Logan or anyone who works at Kevin Logan Industries. Yeah, so for legal reasons, I'll just say the PFLP are bad, and I don't support them. Thank you, Aaron, who says, don't spend it all on terrorists. I'll try not to. But so, I mean, look, Palestine Action exists, I'm just saying. And obviously I would never support them because that's terrorism.
We're saying that the immigrants are coming in through organised crime groups. If we've got the ID card and we're able to track actually the movements and things, that's going to bring money back, which obviously, in terms of that in the society, it's going to be able to be used in other places as well, which we desperately need at the minute. So I don't particularly see the issue with them.
Okay, I think you put your hand up as well, did you, next to... Oh, someone did. Okay, I'm losing my marbles here. Ian, you asked this question, you got your hand up at the back. What do you think?
I agree it's maybe part of the solution. It's not going to solve it on its own. I agree we need to be very careful.
How is it part of the solution? How will this in any way affect the thing you think it will affect? It won't impact this at all. I'm surrounded by fucking morons.
Politicians promised a magic bullet. I mean, that's been proven to be wrong in the past. I think whatever we do, I take a broad Billy's point, we need to treat people with dignity and respect. These people are desperate, they've come here, okay? Whatever we do, we need to treat them with respect. And if we're going to do it, we need to do it respectfully.
Man here in the front, the white.
I just travelled back from Estonia. They are an incredible digital-first country. They have an ID card system that works incredibly well. All government systems are all online. Richard mentioned...
Okay, this person works for Palantir or some shit, obviously.
National insurance numbers. The national insurance number isn't associated with your photo or details. Essentially what you can start to do here, and we're only hypothesising until Keir Starmer announces it tomorrow, but you could stop benefit fraud, NHS fraud, a lot of ways in which people are claiming from the system. You could stop it dead by having a single ID card system.
The flip side is you get to see what's going on with some of the ID processing in China, and you see how they can map you and use social credit for what you can and can't do. This is the worry that you have on the other side of the argument when this technology is put in place that restricts you on what you can do because you don't fit or conform with the state.
What do you think the government might do to that end?
Well, that's we still don't know, but that's what I'm saying.
Well, you also think that must be concerned, like
well,
what,
no,
for
because
example?
it could be a next step. We don't even know what sort of access you will be able to get. So is it going to be used for the NHS? Well, that could be quite sensible, but what about school?
And we have the NHS app already, for example.
Yeah, but then it's tracking. We've seen it with the VPN side of things. People work their way around the VPN side. So are we going to link it to people's bank accounts?
We should be very worried about the power of the big
government
state,
is stepping in.
as Billy quite rightly said. And I think the point about your comments on the national insurance cards, but in a sense, we should take that base, the national insurance numbers and cards, and use those properly. And if we do that, it'll be much simpler, much faster, and much cheaper. And that actually, in terms of stopping illegal working, that is a much better route.
So, Lisa, this is going to be announced tomorrow, and I appreciate you're slightly on the spot here because you don't want to preempt
Oh, go on.
what the PM's going to say. But obviously, we want to find out as much as possible tonight. What do you think about what you're hearing? Because it's not a universal welcome.
Yeah, look, I think with respect to Luke and Manira, I think it, and Billy as well, I do think there is
and Billy as
a
well.
proper debate
Cool.
that we've been having as a country for quite some time, and it's right to raise concerns about the role of the state and how far the state is able to encroach on people's lives. I totally take that point. But I do also think that we've got a real problem in this country. We've got people struggling to access services that they should be able to access. I mean, the voter ID was a really good case in point. Nobody, certainly Labour
You
wasn't
were opposed to voter ID.
Just let me finish this sentence, because this is the point, is that one of the real concerns we had with voter ID was not about being robust about the electoral system. We all supported that. It was the fact that only certain people were being asked to show ID, and they didn't necessarily have that ID, so it was cutting people out from the system.
But you were opposed at the time to the principle of voter ID, and you've changed your position.
ID, but I would just say this as well, is that the asylum chaos that we inherited is awful. It's awful for people who need to come here to find a place of safety, who are kept for years and years living in the most appalling conditions, unable to work. It's awful for people who want to see the economy thrive and want to see people contribute. It's awful for people whose communities are being destroyed by the ongoing battles where people are being placed into that accommodation, and you've got far-right demonstrations and people having to put up with that every single day of their lives. And we are determined to get a grip on that. Now, do I think that digital ID is the whole solution? Of course I don't. Do I think that we should be pulling every lever at our disposal to deal with this? Yes, I do.
Yeah,
and all the things that have been mentioned on this panel.
They absolutely should repeal the voter ID laws, but they won't, because they're just Tories at the end of the day.
Processing claims much more quickly, closing down asylum hotels, removing people swiftly who don't have the right to be here, agreeing a returns deal with France. All of those things.
But you're already experiencing the problems with the lefty lawyers.
I would just say this
the lawyers are stopping you until you leave the ECHR.
You have opposed every single one of those measures.
And then,
you can't
because none of them are working,
and say there's a problem, and then with a straight face turn to this audience.
Can I just say, when you both speak at the same time, no one at home can hear you. So make your point separately.
Perhaps you could let me finish the the sentence then, you cannot sit here with a straight face and oppose every single measure that we've put forward to tackle this when you don't have a single one of your own.
And also, Richard, I have to say,
you've got to leave the You've got lawyers, as we speak, stopping you from returning people to France.
Yeah, by following the law, which is what lawyers are meant to do. Yeah. Crazy.
You've done 3,
Thursday.
maybe 4. Brilliant. Well done. 50,000 have arrived since the election. Until we leave the ECHR,
The
scrap
European
the Human
Convention on
Rights
Human
Act,
Rights.
this will never stop. That is the reality. You've got to detain and deport rapidly.
You're suggesting that by leaving the ECHR, this will solve all the problems. It will be OK, and
It'll stop the lawyers and their lawfare. That's what it'll do.
Yeah, well, we bought a leave everything argument off the leader of your party.
Fucking absolute cunt. Lawfare. Oh no, protecting the rights of the most vulnerable people in the world. That's crazy.
Before, and it didn't quite work out the way we were expecting it to. You know, a lot of people have buyer's remorse over Brexit. So that kind of simplistic argument is the sort of thing that leaves you in a very, very difficult situation with regard to your relationships with our neighbours, who are the people we have to rely on to sort this problem out, because it's not just us who are facing this, it's the whole of the world. So by working with them, rather than leaving everything and turning our back on things and walking away, we need to engage.
And we've sent France over £500 million, and more people are leaving the French shores. So that's not working out very well either, is it?
Can I turn this to the question about the ID cards? And we're having a great debate here because there's lots of questions to be asked. Can I ask Lisa, why has this not been announced in Parliament?
You did make that point
No,
earlier,
but
so you're just making the same point again.
Because otherwise it's critical to the entire debate that all these questions are coming up. You're asking them, we're trying...
To be fair, and I will give this to the Tory, albeit that he's a hypocrite because when they were in government they didn't do this either, but you are supposed to announce major policy to Parliament first. That's literally the fucking point. The executive exists at the whim of the Parliament, with the confidence of the Parliament, so it should go to Parliament and announce its fucking plans. Not to the media, not to some wanky fucking think tank in Westminster. Like, to Parliament. That's the fucking point. We elect dickheads to go there to represent us. The least you could do is tell them what you plan to do.
to think on the spot of what's coming up. This would be something that you'd sensibly plan out and announce and talk through so we can hear what the government is planning, because you've been put on...
Yeah, but I guarantee they thought of this in the last few days. Because they knew they had to head off at the pass this stuff about Andy Burnham. They had to distract, get that out of the news.
Because a previous Conservative government never made announcements outside Parliament.
It's okay. All right. Well, the fact is, it's broken on the news tonight, and we're discussing it. All right, I'm going to move on. And I just want to know, I'm going to move on, or else we'll run out of time for other questions. So, but before I do, I just want to tell you where we'll be next week, which is Belfast. And the week after that, we're off to Shrewsbury. So if you live in or around Belfast or Shrewsbury, and you'd like to come and be part of our audience, we would love to see you. The instructions are on the Question Time website. It's all there. So Belfast or Shrewsbury, we'd love to see you there. OK, let's take another question, because there's lots of things that I want to try and get through. Michelle Pearson, there you are.
After Donald Trump linked autism to paracetamol, what role should politicians play in discussing unproven claims?
So Donald Trump, he's been saying quite a lot in the last few days, and he has claimed that there is a link between pregnant women using paracetamol, or Tylenol as it's known in the States, and an increased risk of autism in some children. And he says women should fight like hell to only take it in cases like if you've got a real high fever. Otherwise, they should tough it out without paracetamol. Luke, as the former GP on the panel, you're an obvious person to come to on this.
So the science today says that...
All I'll say is the only words you need to hear are the wise words of the President of the United States.
Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen.
Never a truer word spoken.
There is no evidence of any link. Let's be categorical for anyone who is listening to that. As a GP, you get a lot of people come to you to talk about the evidence, and you've got to balance up the risk and the reward. We know the evidence is concrete, that the risk of having a fever untreated when you're pregnant can lead to early pregnancy, it can lead to things like birth defects. So it is absolutely imperative that people keep using it and follow the medical advice. But let's slip it back a little bit further, and what's actually going on with the study that's being talked about. Here, and we saw it in the pandemic, is confusing causation and correlation at the moment. Let me give you an example what I mean by this. When ice cream intake goes up, so does sunburn. Does that mean that ice cream causes sunburn? No, it doesn't. People eat ice cream when it's sunny and they're out in the sun. So the difference between causation and correlation is really important. And science looks in to the idea to work out where these fit, and there isn't anything that links it. They should keep checking. That's what science does. But in this case, you have to follow the advice. We know exactly what would happen if you don't treat fevers, and that's very dangerous. So I think this is really scary to be putting that out, which isn't thought out. It's good to have it in the medical world.
Yeah, a sane Tory. Well, you can tell he's got medical training. He'll be insane about everything else. He's still probably a fucking racist idiot, but, like, yeah. He believes medicine is a good thing, which, like, cool. Kev, with sport, will you be following the... No, I won't be doing the women's rugby tomorrow, no. I don't want to watch England win any rugby union match in any form whatsoever. No. And they will, yeah, probably. But go Canada, I guess.
Not in the political world.
Richard?
Yeah, I think Luke has absolutely nailed it. In this country, we listen to our GPs, we listen and trust the NHS, and their evidence has been crystal clear for, I think, as long as...
Yeah, but your leader, in order to continue to suckle on the penis of Donald Trump, said, well, we don't know. Who knows? Maybe they causes the autisms. Who knows?
Us know.
So why did your party leader say he doesn't take sides when it comes to science?
Because we're in a sense, we're not doctors or scientists. We trust our scientists. Science, in a sense, is never settled. It always progresses. But as Luke said, the reality is there's no evidence that anybody is credibly saying in the UK that...
But if science is never settled, do you believe in biological sex? Is that settled?
Oh my goodness! Now we're getting to a whole... Luke, if you don't mind, that's a question.
Hang on, was that the Tory being, like, vaguely pro-trans for a second? Because I'm not sure his party leader will enjoy that. Was that him being like, you sure about the gender thing then? Because that's not settled either, is it? Look, is that him? Did we just have a trans rights from a Tory? That's fucking mental. Honestly, I assume, I haven't checked, because, like, who cares, it's the Tories, they're dead. But I assume he's been fired from the front benches by the Tories. Kemi Badenoch said, you're just like Doctor Who, you bastard, and fired him, is what I imagine happened.
And it's a massive question, and we could spend an hour on paracetamol. So if you'll forgive me, no, Luke, if you'll forgive me. Well, listen, it's not that it's not a subject worth discussing. It is, but it is a subject that one should discuss at length and not briefly in a soundbite. So, Richard, let's come back to the point. So Nigel Farage said, I don't side with anybody. It's never settled. I've no idea if women should be using paracetamol when they're pregnant or not.
But in this country, we trust our GPs, we thank our GPs, we trust the NHS, and as a sovereign nation...
Yeah. We don't fucking... we don't pay them anything, but we do clap for them. So, well done.
That's what we do, and I think we should stick to it.
And so Donald Trump was wrong?
I don't know why he said what he said. That's his issue. It's that's the United States. This is what we do in the UK. We trust our GPs, and we thank them.
And do you think he was wrong to say that, Donald Trump?
I don't know why he said it. I've no idea. I mean,
oh, so you notice that they turn into politicians when it suits them? I don't know. That could be any reason. I don't know. Like, it's just fucking embarrassing. You were hanging with Rangers fans then? Well, by the way, Rangers losing yesterday. Lovely stuff. Especially because the guy who scored used to play for Celtic. Go on, lad! Mind you, he missed 3 or 4 fucking sitters. He's shit. But he did score. Probably the most difficult chance of the night. Twat.
Do you think? I mean, Luke has been quite clear. Luke has been quite clear that he was wrong.
Based on everything that we've seen and heard and what we know in this country, yeah, it's. Why did he say it? I don't know.
I'm asking you, do you think he was wrong?
Probably.
Probably.
Certainly.
Probably or certainly.
Look. I'm not a GP. He's wrong.
Heckled! Fucking burn! Oh, burnage. No, you're a politician. I love it. Oh, that's glorious. I do hope everyone claps that.
The woman here in the front.
It's the mum of an autistic girl. It's just another stick to beat autistic kids with, and another stick to beat mums with.
Exactly.
And we know that he doesn't
Yeah,
like.
exactly. I don't think many people have examined the misogyny aspect of this. Like, it's obvious that, like, he's just scientifically fucking illiterate and cannot string a sentence together.
Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen.
You see? But no, I don't think... few people have analysed the misogyny of it. It's like, if your kid comes out autistic, that's on you, Mum. You did this. You caused... You made the tisms go into your baby brain. So, like, just fuck you, man. Donald Trump's such fucking scum.
Women very much. So,
Here, here.
There you go.
Okay. Man at the back with the white shirt and glasses. Yeah.
Thank you. I want to take it into your own line of work, Fiona. The experts, the political people who come out with deception, who try to deceive us to get a headline, I think we need to call them out further. I think scrutiny needs to be increased. You do a good job, BBC Verify, but can I give you a suggestion? Because we've got a lot of nonsense coming our way. You're old enough probably to remember. Do you remember Channel 4 used to put a little triangle up saying disturbing content? Could we put that against Mr Trump? Or perhaps Mr Farage with his swans?
With his swan. I did a swan joke, didn't I, during the thing? Yeah. Going on about they're eating swans. Which is the British equivalent of they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Apparently the immigrants are eating the swans. Are they? Okay. Cool.
If I may also, I've
They come over here, stealing our fucking swans.
given this some thought.
I can
what
see
we
that.
do with Verify, we hear it first, so the dissemblers and the deceivers get the oxygen of publicity. They crave, they love it. Do you know what they do at the cinema? I was there last week. Before you watch the show, a certificate to say what's coming. So if we could get a strapline, perhaps across the lines about swans and autism, to say dishonest. Should we try that?
Swans and autism. What a time to be alive. Fucking
Mr.
hell.
Tice.
Here, here. I don't know if you want to respond to that.
We're clear. We're clear. There's no link. The evidence is...
Well, I mean, I have no love for the swans either. I used to have to walk to high school through a park which had a pond bit in there with swans, and they were fucking horrible little bastards. I say horrible little bastards. They're not little. The fully grown male swans are fucking mental, aggressive and massive. When they spread their wings like that, they're fucking huge. Especially when you're like 12, little fucking 12-year-old with your backpack waddling to school, and you fucking mental thing comes fucking flapping after you, little cunt. But I also don't think they should be like eaten. Don't eat the swans. But the thing is, they're not. They're actually not. They're not eating the fucking swans anyway, because fuck them. Yeah, swans and geese, mental bastards. Yeah. Manky swans, can he read? Very much so.
Well, that's how we do it in the UK. We trust our GP and our NHS, and I don't think there's any dispute about it.
Okay. Man at the very, very back. Can we see? Right in the middle, yeah.
Yeah, President Trump suggested using bleach as an injection for COVID. So I don't know why anybody's taking any notice of him, really.
He also said maybe there's something we can do with light, like putting light into someone's body. What the fuck is... Oh, God. Like, he's unironically quite funny in a way that, like, he shouldn't be. I mean, firstly, there's this.
Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen.
Fucking idiot. But then also, like, I don't think he even realises he's doing it. I genuinely don't. He's not even fully in control of himself. He was with President Erdogan of Turkey, right? Corrupt, evil bastard, stolen elections and all the rest of it. Chatting with him in front of the media at the White House, going on about one of his favourite things ever, rigged elections, because obviously this is Donald Trump, who is a mental case. This is honestly incredible. I hate how funny this guy is. It's so annoying.
Of Turkey.
Unfairly, as it turns out. Rigged election, you know, he knows about rigged elections better than anybody. But when I was in exile, we were still friends.
He knows about rigged elections more than anyone. Like, yeah. Why are you sat with him then? He's a mentalist. And he's just sat there like, yeah, that's fine, that's normal. Yep, it's cool. Fucking lunatic. Honest to God.
Manira.
Well, I mean, it's clearly dangerous, unscientific nonsense. I agree with the lady in the front row that this is yet another stick to beat.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
Mothers,
He's
expectant
absolutely not
mothers,
wrong.
and
Yeah.
those with autism. I am very concerned that Nigel Farage and his colleagues don't want to categorically call out President Trump on this very dangerous statement that he's made.
See, Nigel Farage would call him out, but unfortunately his mouth is full. I shan't continue.
Because they want to stay in his good books. And let's not forget, at their own conference, they had one of their medical advisors who helped write their health manifesto.
He's not. No, that's. Manira, he's not, and he clarified that today. He's never been, and never has been, is not, and never will be.
Can I just explain? Hang on. I'm just going to explain in case people are wondering what you're talking about.
Yeah,
so at the Reform Conference, an advisor to the US Health Secretary, Asim Malhotra, said, one of Britain's most eminent oncologists said to me to share with you today, he thinks it's highly likely that the COVID vaccines have been a significant factor in the cancers in the royal family. Now, when Reform were asked about that, I think you did...
What the fuck does that mean? That's so mental. Not in the rest of the population, who also took the vaccines, just the royal family. Fair enough.
Disassociated yourself from those.
We've never been associated with him, and he's reaffirmed that today.
And will you give a categorical assurance that he won't contribute to your health manifesto at the next election?
Categorical.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, because I was on the radio with Dr. David Bull from your party on Tuesday, and he was questioning the safety of COVID vaccines and linking it to all sorts of issues. And in this country where there are concerns with vaccine uptake, particularly in some communities, I think it's really, really important that we politicians do leave it to the scientists and doctors and not follow the lead of President Trump, as it seems that Nigel Farage and Trump and Reform seem to want to do.
No, we haven't.
Because we need to keep the public safe and give them good public health advice.
Just factually wrong, Manira.
No way. No, hang on. I mean, firstly, fuck you, Tice, you piece of shit. Did he actually say that? Please tell me you have a link to that. Czar. Trump's response to being told that Charlie Kirk thought there was no such thing as hate speech took me out. He's not saying that now. Please tell me you have a link to that. I'm not moving on until someone provides me a link to that. That's fucking mental. That's the most mental thing he's ever said. If he said that, that's fucking wild. That's on a different level. Imagine that. Nothing I've ever said would be as disrespectful to Charlie Kirk than that. That's fucking mental. He's a mentalist. He's a fucking mental. Like, what next? What next is going to come out and be like, no, Charlie Kirk was a loser. I prefer my commentators who don't get shot in the neck. Skill issue, bitch. He's not saying that now. He's not saying that now. No fucking way. Oh my, in a fucking interview as well. It's not even like a throwaway bit.
Charlie said, that there was no such thing as hate speech. He obviously, no one anticipated what happened to Charlie, but you have always been...
I'm genuinely shook. I cannot fucking believe he said that. When did this happen? When did this happen? September the 18th? That was like a week ago. What? He wasn't even buried. That was like a week ago. They hadn't even buried him. They hadn't even put that cunt in the ground. And he was like, yeah, he's not saying that now. Fucking loser. But heaven forbid you make a joke or anything, Honest to God, well, how have I not heard about this? That's ridiculous. That's fucking... Honestly, just when I think there's nothing he could say that would shock me. Maybe his mind is just disintegrating. Look, maybe he used to be able to hold the really bad stuff in. And now he's just like, nah, fuck it. I'm not running for election again. Yeah, fuck the dead cunt. I don't care. I genuinely flabbergasted. Genuinely fucking like. I don't know what to say. It can only make good happen. It make only the good happen. What a fucking lunatic. He's a lunatic. He just is. He's fucking mental. Fuck me sideways. Well, whilst I try and regain any semblance of, like, cognitive ability, because I feel like I did just lose IQ points listening to that man. And by the way, thank you for the links to that. That was breathtaking. How the fuck isn't that the end of his presidency? How? How is he still allowed to, like, just do this? At the same time, these sanctimonious cunts were out here spewing their shit about the left, and he's just like, he's not saying it anymore. Wanker! Like, they hadn't even buried him. He hadn't even like, emotionally dealt with the fucking, like, the WWE SmackDown fucking funeral in a fucking stadium. And he was just like, nah, fuck him. Yeah, cunt. Didn't know what he was talking about. He's not talking at all, is he now? Wanker! Spectacular piece of nonsense. Really outstanding. Anyway. If you're enjoying whatever content this even is anymore, I don't know. You can hit the subscribe button. It's free. It's awesome. You can do bits messages. No, you can't. No, hang on. Super chats. Because I'm not on Twitch in a minute. You can do super chats, which I'll read out, and you can become a member or gift memberships, or you can just finger me. I don't fucking care anymore. Neither does Charlie Kirk. Oh, that's me getting banned on YouTube as well, then I imagine.
It's just factually wrong.
Well, you wouldn't categorically answer Fiona this evening.
He did in the end.
He said clearly that he didn't share that view. I've said it clearly. There's no ifs, no buts about it.
But there's something he said.
We know you're desperate to get publicity, but that is the reality. Come on.
I don't need the publicity, so I'm going to make this point, Richard. He also said in that interview, having said that he doesn't really, or given the impression he doesn't trust scientists.
Hang on, are we talking about Nigel Farage?
We're talking about Nigel, I'm sorry, yeah.
Right,
We're talking about Nigel Farage, yes. In his interview with Nick Ferrari on LBC yesterday, where he made the statement that he gave the impression he didn't trust scientists. He later said in the interview, when he was asked by Nick Ferrari why he believed that Sharia law was coming to Britain, he said he'd been told by a taxi driver. So he was willing to believe a Muslim taxi driver in Buckinghamshire rather than believe the scientific establishment when they're talking. This guy was...
Well, he believed the lies about a supposed, about a race riot that was happening in Southport in England from a guy who was under house arrest in Romania, who's also like a sexual predator, and then spew that lie as if it were true. That's a thing Nigel Farage did. He took the words of Andrew Tate as if they were real, and he understood anything from 1,000 miles away.
To be Prime Minister, you must be joking.
We've already got...
Dingus, I see what you did there. Don't brag, Billy. That's pretty good.
There are over 80 Sharia courts in the United Kingdom. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I am, but there are also Jewish courts as well, and that's part of their religion, and we, as a tolerant nation...
Yeah, the Beit Din courts exist. You're allowed a religious court of what the fuck's it called? Religious court of arbitration. They're not law courts, and he knows they're not law courts. He's just a racist idiot.
Accept that, to demonise particularly the Muslims. It's just this is the sort of thing why we worry about reform. Quite honestly with you, Richard,
we rely on
the
English legal system.
You never say anything.
You want to come back in?
Yes, I just want to say there are party leaders in this country who are making unproofed claims, and it's really left for us to research.
Who do you mean, Michelle?
Well, Mr. Farage. And it's left to us to research the actual facts, and I think it should be really rigorously called out when things aren't true, because I think as an electorate we distrust politics now because we're not told the truth.
With respect to Nick Ferrari, he tried to do it, because I watched it online last night, he tried to do it, and all he got from Farage was smugness. Yeah. And I don't think the British people are really prepared for that kind of politics.
And why are we leading in the polls then, Billy? In 100 national polls, we're leading by a significant margin because people are sick of the uniparty, of how the Tories and now Labour are bankrupting the nation. We're going bust as a nation.
The good thing about you being leading in the polls, Richard, is that now we're going to put you under scrutiny.
Excellent.
And you see how the audience are reacting to you already.
That's the joy of democracy. We're leading in every single national poll.
I must point out hang on, Billy, wait. I must point out there are plenty of reform supporters in the audience as well.
Yeah, you're leading in every poll unless Andy Burnham is leader of the Labour Party. Then you're stuffed.
Here we go.
It is true.
About division.
No, not at all.
And the Labour leader is now saying that Mr. Burnham and his desire to completely ignore the bond markets will bankrupt the country. So there's not much
wait a minute. Lisa, I need to give you a chance to answer this question.
If we're talking about paracetamol,
since you mention Andy Burnham...
Sorry, Lisa.
Now, I know you're a good friend of Andy Burnham. I mean, you've said, I love Andy, which I appreciate you mean as a friend. I love Andy, and whatever he decides to do, I'll support him. Does that include standing for the leadership?
Look, I'm happy to answer that question, but I really do think, as the person...
Could you answer that first?
And then
we'll come to
the person who's sitting here from government, this question is far more important to the country. And I really do agree very strongly.
It's not really. Like, most people, I think, accept that what Trump said was bollocks. No, I don't think anyone's taking the paracetamol will give your kids the tism bit at all. So no, that isn't that important a question, actually.
Oiled like a baby otter.
What is more, I think what people are more interested in is Andy Burnham about to become Prime Minister, maybe, or something? Who knows? Like, that actually is a consequential question. Whereas the thing that no one believes in isn't. Thank you, James Holmes, for 15 months of membership. I will member your ship. I don't know what that means.
With every single word that Luke just said. And I really agree with the lady in the front row who said that this is just another way to make mums feel guilty. And trust me, we worry about our kids and we feel guilty every single day. We don't need any more of this. And Richard wasn't prepared to say that he disagreed with Donald Trump. I disagree with Donald Trump.
I disagree.
I think this is really, really dangerous nonsense. And I think if I was sitting in that audience right now and I'd come here as somebody who was supporting reform, I would think very carefully before you put these people in charge of our National Health Service. And I'll say this to you as well, because I heard somebody call out when Richard said, I'm not a GP, and somebody called out, no, you're a politician, and somebody else shouted, liar. Now, I'll just say to you on this panel that I have serious disagreements often with Munira and with Luke, but I am telling you that I do not believe they came into politics to do anything other than try and make people's lives better. We might disagree strongly about that, but I really do believe that. And when you've got this sort of nonsense going on, it absolutely has to be called out because it shakes our faith in democracy itself, and that is a dangerous place for this country to be in.
An actually positive answer. Rarely will I give any kind of credit. But I'm okay with that as an answer. Like, I know some people are going to say civility politics, and that's fine. But, like, I'm generally... Like, I don't think it's necessarily a bad answer. Which is rare for this fucking programme. Oh, it's disingenuous. Of course it is. Like, Solly, don't misunderstand me. I don't think she believes that for a second. I think she thinks the other two people are cunts and would happily, like, stab them, metaphorically, in order to become Prime Minister or whatever, right? I don't think she gives a fuck about any of that. But the answer itself was positive. And I'm okay with that. I'm fine with that, actually. And Reform are a bunch of fucking, like, division monger pricks as well.
I hear you. But let me come back to that question. Listen, it's absolutely fair you make your point. Quite right to do so. You have said of Andy Burnham, whatever he decides to do, I'll support him. Does that include him standing for the leadership?
Look, what Andy Burnham decides to do with his career is entirely up to him. I work very closely with him. He's my mayor. And I'm really proud that by working with him and with Keir in a Labour government...
Because she's Wigan. So is it... Well, it's Greater Manchester, isn't it? Which I presume that must include Wigan then, I suppose. I'd never even thought about that. Yeah. No, it would be. So it's not just Manchester City. It's not just the football club Manchester City, or anything. It's the wider. So is that like Bolton and Bury and places like that?
We've been able to deliver so much more in the last year that I've been in Parliament than in the 14 years I was in Parliament since. I mean, ask yourself this, if anybody else on this panel was in government right now, if we didn't have a Labour mayor like Andy and a Labour Prime Minister like Keir, would we really have delivered the Hillsborough Law after 3 decades in which those families had to fight for justice? That's what I'm interested in. It's what Andy's interested in.
You said
what Keir's interested in.
Okay.
And genuinely...
Keir's not remotely interested in that. Kev, I'm still supporting your party. You have judged them too early. See what happens. Maybe. And look, ultimately, Jean-Luc Picard. I'm going to take it that is your real name. Why not? Yeah, I maybe. And if ultimately, if your party turns into something worthwhile, I'll say so, and I'll admit that I was wrong. But I think they're off to a very, very bad start. Let's put it that way.
All
right, but you said it, Lisa, you said it only this month.
I can't believe that this is what the media.
You said it only this month. Whatever he decides to do, I'll support him. Whatever. So if that includes standing to be the next Prime Minister, will you support him?
No, look, I'm really proud to be the Member of Parliament for Wigan, and I've got juice left in me yet. But I think he was a fantastic MP. He was my neighbouring MP for 7 years. He's been a brilliant mayor in Greater Manchester. But let me say this to you. In 2020, when Keir was elected leader of our party, we had just suffered our worst election defeat in 100 years, and no...
That's actually not true. But regardless of that, also he was elected on lies. So that's mark that one down. And secondly, if you continue with Keir Starmer, you are going to have the worst result in living memory with the Labour Party. So you can stick your fucking bullshit right up your arsehole.
Nobody in this country thought for a minute that in 5 short years we would go from there to government with the chance to turn around people's lives. That's because of the leadership that the Prime Minister has shown. I couldn't be more proud to serve in his government, and there's so much that this country needs to do. But most of all, when we're debating issues like this, when people know that this country is at a crossroads, where we've got a serious choice to make about whether we're a country that can include all of us, or whether we follow Richard and his friends
you've got the
down
Labour
their
leadership
nasty,
fighting like cats and dogs.
Path, I can tell you that
What are you
every
talking about
single
divisive? Your
day
party's
we
divided.
wake up and think about how we can change people's lives in this country.
And so do
whether
we.
it's Andy, Keir or me, that is what we're doing, and I promise you that's what we'll continue to do.
And so do we, and that's why we're leading in the polls, because people are sick and tired of you saying you're going to stop the boats, you're going to stop illegal immigration, and it never happens, and the country is getting...
Well, not just that, but it's inauthentic, right? No one believes this nonsense about patriotic renewal. You notice every time he fucking talks, Keir Starmer this is, every time he does something, it's patriotic renewal. No one believes this. The flag shaggers have come out, so Keir Starmer's going to try and chase the flag shaggers. No one's buying it. No one thinks that you have fucking Union Jack bunting in your house. No one thinks that you have a Union Jack fucking tablecloth. No one believes this. You're not that kind of person. We know you're not that kind of person, so stop fucking lying. It's not working. These people think you're a communist who rapes children. And now they like Donald Trump who rapes children, but that's different. They think you're a nonce who's a communist. They're never voting for you, whereas people who might have voted for you will tell you to go fuck yourself. No one believes a word you have to say. Your personal ratings are in the shitter. You need to go. And if the Labour Party has any semblance of self-preservation, it will remove him. I suspect they don't, though. He does support flags. He does. Did you know South Park went after Israel, by the way? It's awesome. I did see a clip of that, and I saw the same tired old nonsense about, oh, they're Hamas. They're supporting the Hamas. Oh, it's fucking... Like, South Park make fun of literally everybody, including themselves.
Poorer under your leadership and this Chancellor that's about to raise taxes for everybody in the November budget.
Honestly, Richard, I just think you might do a bit better just to listen for a moment, because we've heard a lot of...
OK, I'm going to take another question. Lee Hitchin, where are you sitting? Oh, there you are.
In light of the cyber attack on Jaguar Land Rover and other companies, should the taxpayer have to step in?
So, Jaguar Land...
Yes, because what tiny semblance of manufacturing we have in this region is almost exclusively tied up in the supply chain for Land Rover Jaguar, or Jaguar Land Rover, JLR. Both at the Solihull plant and at the Jag over by Five Ways. Not Five Ways, Pipe Hayes. Over that way. Yeah, those factories are the only thing we have left, and the supply chains which which feed that just-in-time delivery fucking system are the only things we have. So, like, I know you're already doing really badly in this region, in both Birmingham and the wider West Midlands area, Labour, but if you hope to have any support whatsoever at the next election, you do have to make sure that those companies don't go bump and all of those people get laid off. Because, like, we're already not getting our fucking bins collected, even though we're paying massively inflated council tax. If we're also unemployed, how does that help the economy of this region or the country at all? Anyway.
Land Rover, not far from here at all, has shut down production since the end of August, losing something like £50 million a week. It's not clear when it's going to go back into production, and there's all sorts of worries about supply companies potentially going bust because they don't have the work. You're asking about cyber attacks more generally. There's also a story tonight about a network of nurseries where something like 8,000, the details, photographs, personal details, addresses of 8,000 families, parents and children have been stolen.
Jesus
and there's an attempt
Christ.
to ransom that company in order to...
Well, thankfully, no one's planning to do some sort of nationwide database of all of the information of all of the adults in the country that could easily also be used in that way. Thankfully, no one's planning to do that, because that would be a really fucking stupid thing to do. We've got party elections in Czechia next week, and fuck all to vote for. More reading party manifestos and chucking the Pirate Party a vote again. Yeah, I feel you, brother. Haven't they sorted the bin? No, the bins aren't getting sorted. Seriously, there's no movement on that whatsoever. This will not be solved this year. That's the very safe Kev prediction here. The bin strike will not end in 2025. The rats are going to be fucking enormous. They're going to be the size of fucking zeppelins.
Extort money from them. I mean, it's a significant problem. There's no doubt about that. Should the taxpayer step in, Billy?
I come from Barking in East London. It's now Barking and Dagenham. When I was growing up, everybody's dad either worked for the Ford Motor Company at Dagenham making cars, or worked for one of the ancillary companies that was serving the car plant. That's where my father worked. He worked for a company that made testers for the cars for the factories. And whilst obviously the jobs on the line are very, very important, it's these ancillary companies that are spread around Jaguar Land Rover that really need the support. Tata, who own Jaguar Land Rover, are very, very wealthy. And I think because they, if the line starts up again tomorrow, they're going to need their suppliers to be ready to go. I think it's down to Tata really to come forward, step forward. And
rather than the government.
Yeah, rather than the government. I think they should be the very first call because it's these ancillary companies.
Will what, sorry? Will the bin strike? No, this will be nothing like the miners' strike. For a start off, they don't have a Labour Party that will support them. But literally, the Labour Party, both in government and in the council, are the ones that are the problem. So, yeah, no, this will not be anything like the miners' strikes, unfortunately.
That are crucial to the running of the line at Jaguar Land Rover.
Is there anyone here, given that we are so close to Jaguar Land Rover, is there anyone here who is affected by what's happening at Jaguar Land Rover at the moment? Anyone? Yes, keep your hands up and I'll come around a few. Yes, the man in the blue jacket here, towards the front.
Yeah, I'm indirectly affected by it.
And how is it? Tell us.
My partner works for them.
And what? And
she's trying to get blood from a stone here. Why did you put your hand up if you didn't have anything to fucking say? Yep. Wife works there. It's not good.
how is that?
There's contingency plans going on in the business. Obviously, all the news, the news is talking about layoffs and the supply chain.
Is it a worrying time, or not?
Not really, no.
Because I think they'll get through this.
Good.
Thank you for your input. Valuable.
Okay.
Not yet.
Good.
I'm glad to hear it. Yes, man towards the back there.
My brother-in-law works for Jaguar Land Rover, and although he's enjoying the time off at the moment, he's very, very concerned about the future of the company because, like you say, they're losing £50 million a week. Tata are a huge conglomerate. They have got very deep pockets, but it's when they come to start up again, if these ancillary companies, like Billy said, have gone to the wall, sadly, who's going to be supplying them with parts to start the business up again?
And do you think that's something that the government should step in, or do you think it's down to
I agree with
JLR
Billy. I think
down to
Tata, they've got very deep pockets. It's in their interest to have the company back working again, so why not get them to, or encourage them to put money into it?
Man there in the grey sweater.
I'm a teacher in the community, and I know that unfortunately for many families within the community, this is going to be a bleak Christmas unless this is resolved. So obviously I would urge anyone to try and reach...
Wiles, what's the problem, man? Don't defend yourself when constantly being insulted and aggravated. Don't speak history to a non-historian with a power abuse issue. Who is this? Has there been grief in chat that I've not noticed? I'm scrolling back and I can't see anything particularly. What's the problem? Hopefully they haven't like stormed off in a huff or anything. What's happened, chat? Kev, I'm from Wales. Is this still a bit? Is what still a bit? No, there's a person called Wales, W-A-Y-U-L-S, which is obviously like a play on the name. And they seem to be annoyed about something, and I don't quite know what. It's been going on for a while ago, has it? I haven't noticed anything. Chat drama. Oh shit! I didn't fucking see anything. Well, I hope they're okay. I mean, seems like they might have left. I don't know.
Reach out to these people, whether that's through Tata and the government, etc. But certainly, this issue needs to be addressed, if only because this is an ongoing problem with cyber attacks with other companies.
Richard.
I mean, that is the key point, is actually these cyber attacks, sadly, you had M&S recently. I'm quite sure, and they may not be able to say too much, but I'm quite sure that the government cyber specialists are working closely, I hope they are, with JLR to help them get through this, to prevent other companies from suffering it. And yeah, they need to talk to Tata. Yes, they've got a big balance sheet, but it's about ensuring rapid help and support for the supply chain. And I'm sure that is going on. I hope it is, because it's very serious, and we have no idea how long this may go on for. I mean, it took M&S weeks and weeks, I think, with their website.
Do you think it is the role of the government or Tata or Jaguar Land Rover to step in?
I think it's this issue of cyber attacks, whether it's in government departments or big corporations. They're all so closely interlinked now. We've got to share that expertise to try and protect our companies, our government departments, because only then can actually we ensure that all citizens, those who are worried here tonight and watching, are protected. It's really hard. There are some very, very bad hackers out there, and it's constant.
This is a person who doesn't really know anything about this topic, trying to sound authoritative.
Constantly on the move, and we're sort of constantly chasing our tail on this, and we have to hope that we've got the best people involved. It's really hard.
So Lisa, where is the government on this? Because there's the reports that the government's considering buying component parts from the suppliers in order to keep them going, but that has potentially problems. Perhaps government-backed loans to the suppliers. What decision are we likely to get from the government?
So we're discussing all options with the companies affected, and Billy is absolutely right to say that it's not just Jaguar Land Rover, it's the entire supply chain, and that's hundreds of thousands of jobs, and that's hundreds of thousands of families who are dealing with the anxiety that the head teacher just talked about. The Business Secretary, Peter Kyle, and the Industry Minister have been working really closely with the company. But there is a role for government here. I mean, when British Steel was in trouble, we recalled Parliament and we stepped in to take control of the steel industry so that we could keep the furnaces burning. And we wasted no time in striking a trade deal, the only trade deal of its kind with the United States, to protect thousands of jobs at Jaguar Land Rover. That was the first call that the Prime Minister made after we were able to announce that deal. So we are keeping all...
Jesus Christ. I hate listening to politicians. I don't really have anything to say about what she's saying here, because she's not really saying anything here. And that's why I hate listening to politicians. They're annoying cunts who don't, like, they're either saying things that are totally wrong or absolutely devoid of anything. I hate listening to these technocratic gobshites. They obviously couldn't give two fucks about the people who work at Jaguar Land Rover or the supply chains or any of it. They couldn't give less of a fuck. And it's very obvious that they don't care. And yet we have to pretend like the things they're saying mean anything. As if the government give a shit about these people. You won't even collect their fucking bins. You're not going to save a job. Fuck off.
Options on the table in terms of keeping industry going. It's important to the families, it's important to the workforce, it's important to communities, but it's also important to the future of the country, and so we won't waste a minute in trying to turn it around. I did just want to say as well that I think Richard makes a really important point, which is about cybersecurity more generally, and there is a really big role for us as a government here. In the first few weeks when I was appointed last summer, our Cabinet Secretary pulled us together, and every department has been drawing up plans to deal with what is a growing threat of cybersecurity and cyber attacks. In my own area, we've had institutions like the British Library targeted, but obviously everybody is worried not just about business, but about the National Health Service and others. So we'll shortly be bringing forward new measures to really tighten that up and to protect us better from what is a growing risk. But it is a challenge that every country in the world is dealing with, and we've got to be on the front foot about it.
Munir, in light of the cyber attack on JLR and other companies, should the taxpayer have to step in?
So I don't think in each and every case the taxpayer should be stepping in. But as far as JLR is concerned, this is an iconic British company. As we've heard, there are tens of thousands, hundreds.
See, this is the problem. What the fuck does that mean? So, if you work for an iconic British company, then it matters. Then we should actually invest money to keep your job. Whereas if you don't, if you work for any other thing that we've just arbitrarily designated...
Oiled like a baby otter.
As oiled like a baby otter. No. Designated as not an iconic British brand. Fuck yeah. Enjoy your place in the dole queue, you fucking scum. Liberals are fucking embarrassing. There's no consistency to any of it. It's just fucking bullshit. Sorry, there's a hangover from fucking listening to Lisa Nandy. Thank you, Steve Hewitt, for becoming a member. Much love to you.
Hundreds of thousands of jobs in the...
And now it annoys me that she looks like one of the girl chipmunks. It was cute earlier, it annoys me now.
Supply chain that are dependent on JLR. We've heard Tata, JLR have got deep pockets. I don't think they need or want the financial support. I'm worried about those small and medium-sized companies that supply them, and that's why I think the government should potentially...
They certainly don't need the financial support, but I'm sure they wouldn't turn it down. Oh yeah, these capitalists don't want money. They don't want money.
Be looking at a furlough type scheme for those SMEs in the supply chain, because if we lose those jobs, if we lose those skills, that is an absolute hammer blow to an industry at a time where you've got Trump's tariffs from the US, you've got fierce competition from China. This is a really important industry, not just to this region, but to the country. So, you know, I know Lisa did say we won't waste a minute to support, but this has been ongoing for several weeks now. You know, Keir Starmer...
Yeah, I was about to say, you can't say 3 weeks into a cyber attack, we won't waste a minute. You've literally wasted 3 fucking weeks. You've literally wasted nearly a month already. But we won't waste a minute. We'll waste lots of minutes. Thank you, Neil Reader. Or Niall, I suppose technically that would be. Niall Reader for becoming a member. Much love to you, friend. Let's pretend we can get on a hype train. Let's pretend we're still on Twitch. If someone else does a thing, we get on a hype train. And then I'll finger a dead fascist or something.
Has been up to JLR many times to make big announcements. I'd like to see him up there meeting not just JLR but some of the people in the supply chain and making sure that there is a support on the table. And I just, on the wider cyber point, I am really worried about this because there are critical, there are companies involved in our critical infrastructure. We've seen airports affected as well. The cyber bill has been delayed by government. That needs to come forward quickly. We need better regulation for our companies and better tracking of what's going on so that we can be ready as a country and ahead of others.
Luke.
I think the government does have a role, but it's as convening and putting pressure on. And what I mean...
Oh, you're Niall from Twitch, okay. I don't assume just because you've got like a same name, you're the same person. When is Twitch back up? Not that I will ever join it. I'll be back on Twitch on Sunday. I might do a sports stream on the afternoon. One of the live games on the sports thing, which by the way you should go and check out my sports channels. You can only subscribe to the YouTube sports channel right now because they're linked, the other two, so they're both down for the minute. But yeah, I'll be back on Twitch on Sunday. I think.
By that, convening to pull everyone together to solve this solution, the insurers, the backers, those kind of things, the banks, to be able to make a decision, and then pressure on to say, hang on, can we get some loans, for example, to help? That's what happened. We saw that in the pandemic, and I remember we had this bizarre situation with some of the bounce back loans where companies would go to the bank and say, well, you know, we'd like a loan, and they say, well, show us what your bank balance is going to be in the next couple of years, and they go, well, we can't because we're in the pandemic. But actually, if you asked as an MP saying, look, they can't give you that because we don't know where it's going, the pressure meant the banks said, okay, we'll get it. That's where government has the ability to make a difference. And I worry, as Munira pointed out, because I was speaking to some of my colleagues who are the MPs in the area, the worry is how slow this has been from the government to step in, to convene, to put it in place. I'm not sure furlough is the right idea, because the problem is, if we do furlough one time, when are we going to do furlough each company that comes up? Are we going to do every subsequent company that comes up? Because they all have an important part. But being able to make sure that in the immediacy, there are loans there or some ability for people to stand on their own 2 feet to get them through those tough times, that's what we did in the pandemic, and I think there is a chance to be able to do that on something as important as the supply chain of the
No, John, I'll be back on Twitch on Sunday, mate.
My automotive industry that I represent in this area is crucial for.
We've got, I think it's about 8 minutes left, and I want to try and squeeze in this question. So I'd ask everyone on the panel to be reasonably brief, because I really want to hear from you on this. Jim Murphy, where are you? Brilliant, off you go.
Does flying the flag make you feel more British?
All right, so...
No. No. kid starvers on with global winning award-winning journalism on Sunday. Oh, cancer on cancer action. Fuck yes. Let's go.
A quick look around Bedworth, where we are today. The bit that I saw, there are not a lot of flags. I happened to, one of our team happened to bump into a couple of coppers who said there had been a lot of flags up, and that they've been taken down.
Also, fuck your flag.
By whom? I don't know. What's your view on this, Jim?
I've not got a problem with people flying the flags. My problem's when they sneak out in the dead of night and they put them hanging from a motorway bridge, or they sneak into somebody else's street and put them in a lamppost down their street. I think it's the flag's been used for all the wrong reasons.
What reasons do you think it's being used for?
I think it's questioning people's patriotism. No?
Okay.
And if you disagree with them, you're not a patriot.
All right. A woman just a bit further along from you shot her hand up there. What are you going to say?
The flag's being put up by individuals or organisations.
Yeah,
right.
it's a good
and you think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
No, I mean that if the flags are being put up by individuals because they feel that they want to be patriotic, but if they're being put up by organisations that are trying to stir up some sort of bad feeling in society...
You're less keen on that?
Less keen on that,
All right,
yeah.
man here in the pink shirt.
I live in a small village, Water Orton, which is about 15 miles away from here. Great, lots of flags going up. Is it patriotism when they actually fly them upside down because they don't even know the way they're supposed to go?
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
Thank you, Dingus Van Sant. It says, choo choo hype train, finger ring is happening. True. True. 1 second. Talking of flags. There's only one flag that Kev salutes. Let's fucking go. Fuck yes. Let's go.
Richard, can I just say, Richard, you know your badge is upside down, don't you?
not.
It is, mate.
No.
It is the white stripe on the
All
top
right.
corner.
Okay. You guys can sort this out on the programme. Manira.
So I think the question was, does it make you more British flying the flag from Jim? Well, I agree with Jim and some of the other audience members' comments. It doesn't make you more or less British, but I think it is important that we reclaim our flag, which is why you saw at the Lib Dem conference on Saturday we were busy waving our Union Jacks and St George's flags, because I think for most people we celebrate our Britishness, our British values of decency, fairness, tolerance, the rule of law. Sadly, we have seen recently that a small minority who do have, other more extremist right-wing intentions.
Viva la Quinta Brigada. Na pasarán, the pledge that made them fight. Adelante is the cry around the hillside. Let us all remember them tonight.
Have tried to hijack our flag, and how
Sometimes
dare they
maybe
do
good,
that? That is
sometimes
not
maybe shit.
what we are as a British people. And for those of us, you can see I'm brown-skinned. I'm born and brought up in London. Seeing those protests a couple of weeks ago in London, where people were hijacking the flag and saying some awful things and attacking police officers, made me feel.
See, I was with her until the police officer bit. Thank you, Wayward Historian. Who says, as much as I love the hat, I'm loving the flag a bit more. Well, thank you. I will happily wear the flag. Whilst it's not warm. During the summer, this would make me sweat bollocks, but I'm good for now.
Sick, and made me, for the first time ever in my home city, feel concerned about going out. I don't want those people to claim our flag. We need to claim it back. And I've already promised Lisa that on Saturday, when we're at Twickenham together watching the Red Roses in the Women's Rugby World Cup final, we'll wrap ourselves up in St George's flags and...
Fucking embarrassing, pathetic, flag-shagging wank. Fuck off. What a load of bollocks, man. These fucking people. Look, don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong. If you want to go to the rugby and wrap yourself in a flag, go for it. I don't give a shit. But, like, the fact that they're doing so performatively, because, like, yay, we have to pretend like there's nothing racism going on here. Like, how about you make sure that people can afford to fucking eat? How about if we get to a place where there isn't a single homeless person in Britain? That would make me patriotic. If we got to a stage where there were no homeless people, there were no fucking food banks, I'd be patriotic about that. I'd feel genuine pride, a swelling of civic pride in my bosom. But no, just wrap yourself in a flag whilst selling the country off to fucking Palantir, you fucking two-faced bastards. Is it bad to eat cake flag? No, the flag cake's okay. I'm okay with flag cake. Yeah.
Get a photo together.
Well, we can all look forward to that. Reasonably briefly, Richard.
Which fascist is getting fingered? Winston Churchill. Because I feel like it's my patriotic duty to finger a genocider. That's a very strange sentence. Someone clip that.
Yeah, I think
sometimes
it's great
may
to
be
be
good,
patriotic, to fly the
sometimes
flag.
may be
I wear the
shit.
flag.
I wear the flag. Has he flipped it around so it's now not upside down? He has, hasn't he? I think. Hang on. Can we get a... Hang on. Where are we? Can we get a close-up on him? Where is he? Oh, I can't really tell. Hang on, 1 minute. 5312. Ah. He has! He's literally flipped it the right... He has! If you notice, the flagpole bit's on the right-hand side there. Right? It was pointed out to him that he had it wrong. Boop! Now it's on the left-hand side. Fucking flag nonce.
Oiled like a baby otter.
What a patriot. Didn't even know which way the fucking flag went on. Dickhead. Thank you, Fulmar Music. No, hang on, where are we? Right, hang on. That's the yeah, right. Thank you, Dingus Van Sant, who says, first there was a cake farts, now there's flag farts. I don't know what the fuck that means, Dingus, but I love you. Thank you, Fulmar, for gifting a membership. Much love. And thank you... Oh, that was it, I think, wasn't it? Yeah, that was it, yes. Right. Thank you, everyone. I've got to go and finger... Who was it? Oh, Winnie Churchill.
Wear the flag pretty much every day on any jacket I wear. So, you know, I'm proud to do that, and I think all of us do, and I think it's a great reaffirmation of why we should be proud to be British.
And what do you think about...
Why should you be proud to be British? That's the ultimate question I have for these people. Why should I be proud to be British? What is it about this country that is great? Is there anything negative that could be improved? Like, just wearing a fucking flag doesn't mean anything when you're preparing to sell the country down the river. You literally want us to be a fucking sweatshop, shithole, tax break madness. That's not patriotic. That's like the opposite of that.
What Munira said, I mean, interesting that you said that after that big rally, the big rally in London you're talking about, of 150,000 people came, that it made you think for the first time, am I safe walking in certain parts of the
because
city?
some of the things that were reported on the news that were being said, and there were attacks on police officers and things, it wasn't a pleasant atmosphere amongst a minority. There were plenty of people there who had perfectly good intentions.
It's great to see lots of Union flags everywhere, but obviously It has to be within the law, and any attacks on police officers is to be
What about all the Israel flags? Because apparently it's bad to fly foreign flags, except if it's Israel. Interesting, that, isn't it?
absolutely abhorred. It's despicable. They try and keep us safe, and we're very grateful.
Luke, does flying the flag make you more British?
When the fuck have the police ever tried to keep us... Oh, no, he's a posh, rich, white guy. Yeah, okay. No, fair enough. They have tried to keep him safe, certainly. Don't really remember that from many other people.
To me, the flag means home. Factually, that's right, and spiritually, for me, that's what it is. So I worry that we've come into a point where we're seeing on one side there's a group of people that have sort of disdain for our flag or fear, and you know, Emily Thornberry famously had disdain for the flag. On the other side,
I'll just say this right now. You know what? Fuck it. I have disdain for your fucking flags. They are drained in drained. They are drenched in the blood of people on every continent, except maybe Antarctica. Fuck your flag. And fuck the pathetic attempts to make everyone guilty about not waving the fucking flag. Stick your flag up your fucking arsehole. And I'm saying this with sincerity, Cam. I mean it very literally. Go fuck yourself.
we're seeing people wave them so aggressively it becomes intimidation and almost worshipping the flag. Nigel Farage is sort of idolising it. So I really worry about where we are as a society that seems to be the casing point, because classically British people like to be proud, but we don't like to rub it in people's faces. We're respectful in the way in which we do it. I'd hate to think that I put a flag up that is...
What the fuck are you talking about? What Britain do you live in? Oh yeah, he's a posh, rich white guy, yeah, okay. The people of Britain don't do these things respectfully. Have you ever seen an English person on holiday? Have you ever seen the England football fans when they go abroad? And you can't say it's, oh, they just have a few beers and it's too much. The Scots go abroad. The Scots go abroad and drink a town fucking dry. And there's no fucking problems. The English go abroad, get one fucking sniff of a cerveza, and all of a sudden it's fucking, the town square's being wrecked. We don't do it in people's faces. Fuck off, man. We're one of the most aggressively horrific nations like that. We're not quite on the same level as America, to be fair. We're not quite at the, you know, Union Jack thong levels. Although I'm sure those probably do exist, but like, in America they go fucking mental for it. Flag code be damned. I need stars and stripes on my gooch.
Disrespecting other people or making them feel unsafe, but at the same time I'm very proud of who I am and what the country we represent and where we go. And so I think that's the key part to it. The boring answer is actually in July 2021 there's a government document that sets out exactly what the criteria are across the country for flag flying. July 2021, you can look it up, and there are 3 criteria that are there to deal exactly with this.
Interesting reading for you when you get home.
Exactly.
Billy.
Thank you very much. Identity is always contested, wherever you are in the world. And it's fundamentally a personal construct. It's what you think you are. And from what I've heard, although, as the questioner mentioned, these flags go up in the middle of the night, nobody's come out to say what they're about. But those people who have... From
okay, I hate the X-Men. I don't mean there's no problem as in you can't get a beer anymore because the Scots have drunk all. I mean, they're not smashing the place up and being racist. The Rangers fans stayed at home, so, you know. Yeah, the Scots fans are fucking awesome. Whereas the English, there's a reason that you need lots and lots and lots of police for the English fans, and not really for the Scots. You know, traditionally.
That kind of background have talked about it, have said they believe that we should salute this flag. And I think that's the problem about it. It's this kind of, this is my patriotism and you have to agree with it. There are many different types of patriotism, and I think Although sometimes the flag in the kind of demonstration you were talking about, Munira, is associated with that more racist, violent aspect of it, there's also a very positive aspect of it as well to bring together. And I think we're going to find out in the next coming years, because of the policies of Mr Tice's party, whether we are the sort of people as a nation who would attack a mosque because we've heard a rumour about a person of colour, or whether we are the people who will come out the next day and help tidy the mess up. And I know whose side I'm on.
It's a very fucking good point. Excellent point.
My husband felt really left out, so today he got his Warwickshire flag, stuck it on a pole and attached it to his bar in the garden.
Is it the bear and the ragged staff?
It is, it is,
What a lovely
it is.
flag. What a great flag.
Lisa, briefly.
The flag of Warwickshire, yeah, because Warwickshire County Cricket Club. That's the only reason I know it. We're not even in Warwickshire anymore.
I grew up in the 1980s in Manchester, and I come from a mixed-race family. My dad came to this country from India in the 1950s, and so I remember the days when the flag was being used to try and tell people like me that we didn't belong in this country. But my friends and my city told a complete...
Would you say that you were being told that we were an island of strangers? Is that the kind of thing that maybe responsible politicians shouldn't fucking say? Lisa?
Completely different story. My friends growing up came from all different racial backgrounds. We lived together, played together, worked together. We were a great, tolerant, diverse city and much stronger for it. And Munira said that she and I are going to go and watch the Red Roses on Saturday. I was watching the Lionesses this summer. They are the Britain that I believe in. A Britain that is wide enough and inclusive enough to stand for everybody and include everyone.
And lots of lesbianism. It's always cool.
In it, and that's what the flag means to me, and that's why I'm so proud to fly it.
Okay. I've got very little time left, but just maybe one more point. Man there in the glasses and the suit and tie. Yes, you, sir, with the suit and tie on, yeah.
I think there's a distinct difference between nationalism and patriotism.
Yeah, I do.
What it means to be British has changed over the last 30, 40 years, and then we should be thinking about embracing different cultures.
Okay, and just quickly, the man at the back in the
I
glasses.
think that's a good point. Yeah.
There. Yes.
Hate crimes have gone up. They certainly have gone up here in Warwickshire, and some people are using the flag as a weapon to say, well, actually, we're British and you're not. And what is worrying as well is that when you've got parties...
It's whether people are using the flag as a symbol of their own, like, feelings, or whether it's specifically, like he says, a division. This is my flag and my country, not yours. And we all know exactly the kind of lines that are being drawn there. And we know that a lot of them are playing that game of, like, pretending it's not about the division, when that's exactly what it is.
Like Britain First and the likes of Tommy Robinson, that's our funding area to put up flags in certain parts. Again, that's a huge worry. Me personally, I think the St George's flag is a true essence of multiculturalism. St George, where was he from? And where did he die? In a country that I firmly stand behind.
Okay.
Palestine.
All right, and we're going to leave it there. That is it. Our time is up. Thank
Oh, thank fuck for that. Good note to end on. I'll go with that. Oh, that is an unfortunate. The meme that I forgot I even had as the opening meme, but it's there, people. Embrace it, enjoy it, drink it in. Anyway, thank you everyone for listening and watching. We'll raid in somewhere. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back on the sports channel early because Birmingham are playing away at Coventry City, which will be, I think, eye-opening for some people because when it's a game I fucking care about, you'll see Kev get a bit spicy. So that might be you might get to know a little bit more of the real Kev, and not just like the internet persona man or whatever. The Young Turks are the only people going on YouTube right now. So essentially, I'm just going to end the stream then, because there's no one to go into. Anyway, thank you everyone for listening and watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Stay beautiful. And I mean that. You are beautiful people.